Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whatever time it is in the world, wherever you are tuning in from. I'm really pleased to have Steve Flink back with me today. We touch base from time to time. I think the last time was just after Rafa retired, but we often, probably in Australia we touch base as well. We normally have these chats during slams, often looking at men's singles, big matches, but now we're going to be looking at a WTA blockbuster final between Coco Gauff and Aryna Sabalenka. Let's hone in on the women's side of the draw. We were just saying before I click record that there's two possibilities with a slam or any tournament for that matter. You can have utter chaos and drama and two unexpected finalists. That's great. Or you can get blockbuster affairs like at least the first semi-final was today, but also the upcoming final. So we've had some amazing. I mean, Iga's run that's obviously come to an end, by the way, Steve. I think we should touch on that. The 4-year run, but even the run that she's had at this tournament, which included matches with Rybakina, followed by Svitolina, and then today against Sabalenka. Just either some reflections on her 4-year Roland Garros run, but also her match with Sabalenka today.
Yeah, let me just start, John, with the first part of your question, which is the 4 years, 4 out of 5 years winning this title, was going for 4 in a row this year. We knew, I think all of us knew, she wasn't the same Iga coming into this tournament. She'd taken a couple of really severe losses against, she lost to Coco, she lost to Danielle Collins. She was not playing well on the clay leading up, which did not help. Then you mentioned the win over Rybakina. I think that did her quite a bit of good, because she could have been out of there in straight sets, and that could have been devastating. Not that Rybakina is not a first-rate player, but she expects to beat her on clay. So she got out of that after trailing 6-1 to love, and then also after serving at 4-5 in the third to stay in the tournament. She ran out the last 3 games very comfortably and confidently. So followed it, as you said, with a win over Svitolina. So then my pre-tournament feelings, John, were that she was going to, I didn't think she had any chance at all if she was to get to Sabalenka prior to Rome. But coming off that uplifting win and then following it up with a solid performance against Svitolina, I was starting to, I actually had changed my mind. And I thought she would squeak one out. And after the second set, today, the way she came back to win the second after losing a hard-fought first set, where they each broke serve 4 times and Sabalenka served for it, and then finally Sabalenka pulled away and blitzed Iga in the tiebreak. But in any case, if she could have had a good third set today and lost 6-4 in the third or 7-5 in the third, I think she would have come away feeling better. But in some ways, I have to believe Iga is still not there mentally, because as brilliantly as Sabalenka played in winning 24 of 30 points in the final set, lost 6 points in 6 games, I felt like Iga needed to stay with it. Iga needed to at least prove to herself that she could take this down to the wire, and that therefore, but then in a strange way, she must feel as if somehow the first 2 sets were a bit wasted to go down 6-love in the third. I don't know. I hope she doesn't look at it that way. I hope it's not the glass half empty versus the glass half full. But I think she could look at it either way. But I think the third set dissection will be a bit troubling to her. So yes, the reign is over for now. It doesn't mean she couldn't come back to win this title again. But I'll say this, John, I don't think she's going to break Chrissy Everett's record of women's record of 7 titles. Okay. I think she might get a couple more in the future. I'll be surprised if she ties the record. I might give her 1 or 2 more. 2 more likely, I would say. But at one time, I would have thought she was a good bet to tie or break. Now, I'm not so sure. A lot will depend on what we see from her in the next 6 months. I mean, look, she was so impenetrable for so long in Paris. And yeah, she was match point down to Osaka last year. There were moments, but by and large, she was destroying people. And she believed it was her court. And she was starting to believe that again this year here after Rybakina, through Svitolina, and through the first 2 sets today. There was some spectacular tennis. But I think she leaves with a bit of a sour taste in her mouth. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, similarly, I think the nature of the third set, she talked about a lack of intensity in her post-match press conference to sort of explain sort of where things went wrong. I think it really surprised me how flat she was in that third set, mainly because we'd seen in the 2 women's semifinals yesterday and the first 2 sets today in the beginning of the third, so many momentum swings. I mean, yesterday we had Coco, I think, racing into a 4-1 double break advantage over Madison Keys. She fights back. Suddenly they're in a dogfight and they're going into a tie break and you don't know which way it's going. Then the beginning of the second set, it's the other way around and it's Coco who's up a double break, but that then goes and somehow she manages to get over the line.
Yeah.
And the third set, you didn't know which way was going to go either way, and it ends up being a 6-1. But even the Miller-Andreeva match, which obviously was a straight sets result, so you wouldn't think there were too many momentum shifts. There were so many, even in the tiebreak. You know, you didn't really know which way it was going, and so many. Miller as well had a breakup, I think, in the second set. Today was so similar. We saw a double break advantage. I wonder whether the roof being closed. I've been in Roland Garros when that roof is closed and it's very muggy. Remember the Rafa match with Sasha a few years ago when they just couldn't hit through each other and they had like 1.5 to 2 hour sets before Zverev got injured. And I felt same because they just kept breaking serves so often, both yesterday and also today in that first set.
Yeah, but here's the thing, John. Just let me quickly interject, if I may. You're right, and I think you're so right to attribute it to. It has to be the roof to some degree. You would think it actually would help the server. No wind, no sun, perfect conditions, but it didn't. They, in fairness to both players, John, they both were returning serve brilliantly, especially off second serves. They were so aggressive. Nobody could get away with a mediocre second serve. And even when Sabalenka would try to take a bit off her first serve, Iga would just tag it. So I felt like credit to them for the way they returned, but it was more breaks than you would expect. And there's another thing I want to mention about that first set. It's 4-1 Sabalenka, game point for 5-1. She thinks she served an ace. Iga's standing there. She thinks she's been aced. And then the umpire informs them both that it was a let. And
Yeah.
Sabalenka lost her serve there and lost it again and was back in a real fierce fight. Had she won that point for 5-1, this whole match could have turned out, it could have been maybe a lot easier for her, possibly. But certainly that set would have been virtually in the bag at 5-1. So that was interesting. And Iga then really went into full flow for a while and played great the rest of the set. But listen, to Sabalenka's credit, John, I like the way she pulled herself together at 4-5 after things seemed to be getting away from her and served a good game. And then even though she didn't serve out the set, she played a great tiebreak. And I like also the way she responded in the third, because it must have been a little bit disappointing having won a hard-fought first set to not be able to put Iga away and straight. And she got outplayed and lost that set 6-4, but then blitzed her in the third set. So from Sabalenka's standpoint, I was very impressed once more with her composure now, because a year or two ago, this is the kind of match, particularly after the second set loss, that she might lose 6-2 in the third, and lose it mentally. And that right now, she's not beating herself anymore. There may be brief stretches of attention and where she's making too many errors, but then she rebuilds her game and is able to fight her way through those tough stretches.
When you think of huge momentum shifts in matches, and it's an ability to still manage to sort of resist that momentum change, or at least swing it back again in your favor. And I think you've really got to dig deep. And I think she dug deep today, just like I think Boisson did yesterday in the match with Mira Andreeva, but especially Coco Gauff, to resist again some of those momentum swings that went against her. And
how about Boisson also against Pegula? Did a great job.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then regarding Sabalenka today, when you're the sort of the front runner and the momentum goes against you, and then you're the front runner again and it goes against you again. So that was kind of how the first set went, with the double break advantage, 4 games in a row for Riga. Suddenly you're up against it. You're serving a stay in the first set. You hold on, as you said, for 5-5, but still the momentum feels like it's with Iga. Sabalenka gets the break and you're thinking, wow, she's got it together again. Yeah. But again, the momentum was with Iga going into that tiebreak, and yet she wins it 7-1.
Yeah. Yeah. And that, the tiebreak and the third set impressed me greatly when it came to Sabalenka. And I think Iga was a bit surprised too, because I think Iga was thinking the way you just described it. She liked where she was heading into that tiebreak, because she not only fought from 2 breaks down in the early stages, she was immediately down 3-love 2 breaks. So she not only did that, but she stopped Sabalenka from serving out the set. So she had to have felt like, okay, here's my chance now. If I can string together some really aggressive points, play with some controlled aggression, I can win this set. And you're right, there are a lot of momentum shifts, to be sure. But I thought it was really enjoyable tennis from both the first 2 sets. Third set was a very impressive display from Sabalenka, and it was disappointing from the other side of the net that Iga couldn't stay with her. But we got 2 great sets, I thought.
Indeed. All right. Before today, regarding Sabalenka's run to the final, and before today, obviously before the semi-final, I was very impressed with the way Aryna dealt with some quite tricky opponents, I would suggest, all in straight sets. Danilovic, I thought, was going to pose a threat. I'm not necessarily saying I thought that she would win that particular third round encounter, but she saw off Danilovic very easy. Anisimova, she had not a very favorable head-to-head, 2-5. I think Aryna was losing that, and yet 5-3, she brushed her aside. She had to come from behind against Qin Wenjing, who she just recently lost to in Rome as well. So I was pretty impressed with Aryna, but like you, I thought Iga would just squeak it out today. And again, momentum. That second set, Iga served so well. I think she won 75% of her second serve points, which is pretty impressive, bearing in mind how Aryna was killing that second serve in the first set. But then, so you think, okay, we're going into a third set here. We saw how the third set panned out against Rybakina, when Rybakina was the front runner but got reeled in. And I just thought that somehow Iga would get over the line with her experience, especially on Philippe Chatrier. But it was Aryna Sabalenka who got it. But anyway, Aryna's run to the final. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you summed it up well. I mean, I think if you look at collectively at those matches, it's a very impressive tournament. Today's you dropped a set, but I mean, against all these players, there were many opportunities to drop sets along the way. And as you mentioned, bad head-to-head record against Anisimova. Zhang had beaten her the last time and on clay, and she avenged that one nicely from 4-2 down in the first set. So I'm impressed that when she's had to produce, she's done so and then some. So I must say, you know, I'm impressed with Coco, and I know we're going to talk about Coco next, but I really like the way Sabalenka, the mindset she's going to have going into this final. I think and frankly, I think that last loss to Zhang, she'd already beaten Coco in Madrid. I think she thought she was ready for the French. To tell you the truth, I think her mind all along was on, okay, I've got a clay title and I'm in good shape and I've got enough matches, and Roland Garros is the priority. And she's showing that right now.
Yeah, I spoke to a member of Aryna's team last year, Gavin McMillan, and he told me how upset they were about the French Open. You know, it was just after she'd won the US Open, and we were reflecting on some bigger picture stuff as well as that US Open title win. And obviously she was sick in her quarterfinal last year with Mira Andreeva, and there was just a couple of points in that. And, you know, it's incredible because I didn't really think that maybe clay was going to be maybe her best surface, Madrid aside. And I thought if there was a slam that Sabalenka was going to miss out on, it may well be the French Open. I was factoring in the Iga effect there with a lot of that. And I thought the Iga was going to end up denying maybe Coco, maybe Aryna and many other players a French Open, just like Rafa probably did so many times. And yet here we are. We've got a Sabalenka Coco Gauff final. One other thing I want to mention on Aryna as well is just her remarkable consistency. We think about the travails that she had with her serve sort of in 2022. And yet 2022, I think, just trying to think, I think she was in a Wimbledon semi-final that year. Then she was in the US Open semi-final where she lost to Iga, funnily enough, in 3 sets, being a breakup in the third set.
Right.
Mental fragilities were being questioned. You know, she had this Grand Slam semi-final run. And yet now, then the beginning of 23, she wins in Australia. She gets to the semis in Paris. She gets to the semis at Wimbledon in 23. I think it might have been 21 that she was in the semis at Wimbledon. But, you know, it's just incredible consistency. US Open final 23, Australian Open final 24. What else in 24? Quarterfinals. So she's always, whenever she plays, she's always got to the quarterfinals for about the last 3 years or further. That quarterfinal loss, obviously, was a year ago.
And nearly won the Australian 3 years in a row. It took a really extraordinary performance from Keys to stop her this year, and she didn't disgrace herself in that loss. So, no, you're right. The consistency, and this is not what we would have expected. I think back, what I love about this final coming up is I think back to when Coco came from behind to defeat her in that U.S. Open final in 23. And how fragile she still was. You talked about the serve. She had already started the serve. She largely put that back together by then. Mm-hmm. But her mental toughness was sometimes lacking. And you watched a match like that, and she wins the first set, and Coco turns the corner in the second set. They never felt, once they went into the third, it was going to be anything other than a Gauff triumph. Because that's the way Sabalenka handled herself in those days. And I just feel like where she's come in the last 2 years, and your summary of the Grand Slam results is proof of that. Always in the running, always in the thick of thing at the majors, played very few bad matches, even in defeat. Mm-hmm. And now here she is on the verge of winning her first French Open, where I think she'd be very worthy of it. Now, do you think right now clay is her best surface?
No.
Oh, I misunderstood you then. Okay.
No, it's just caught me by surprise that Gavin McMillan, which he was her biomechanics guru. He was actually in her box today and often is at the big tournaments. He just helped her with her serve in a big way. No, what caught me by surprise was that after winning the US Open and Australian Open of last year, great year for her, incredible consistency across all the tournaments. I can understand how Wimbledon would have bothered him because, of course, she didn't play Wimbledon because of injury, and that's a tournament that I do have her down as winning one day, maybe even this year.
Right.
So that I've earmarked for her. I always thought that she might get denied on clay because I've always thought that was her weakest environment, Madrid aside, and the ego factor. But now it doesn't seem to matter. She's just incredible wherever she goes.
That you just put your finger on it. That's exactly the way I feel. It doesn't matter so much anymore. She looks to be almost as comfortable on the clay as she does on hard, which until now I would say was her best. And like you, I expect Wimbledon to come into her collection, if not this year, next year, but it's going to happen soon.
I've always earmarked Wimbledon for her. I think she's got the game. She's always enjoyed good runs there. She was denied, obviously, last year with the injury, as I said, that I remember she picked up in Berlin. And it may well have been her year, especially as Wimbledon has been a little bit random in terms of finalists and winners over the last 2 or 3 years. That really, I always thought that she would be there. But it will happen. Whereas if you'd have said to me probably a year ago or even a bit less, I thought maybe the French, because I've got her down. She's the one player at the beginning of every year. I think, is someone going to win the Calendar Slam this year? There's only one possible person, and it is her. But I always thought it would be the French Open that might well remain elusive. And I certainly have her down as completing or coming close to completing the Calendar Slam not the Calendar Slam, sorry, but the Career Slam, I should say. But again, it was always this French Open doubt, her movement on the clay. But I think she's just so good, it doesn't really matter anymore.
No, absolutely right, which is a real testament to her, that she's worked that hard to become that complete as a player and be that versatile on all surfaces, as well as becoming mentally much more durable and much able to withstand some difficulties much more easily than she ever did in the past. And it's a transformation in many ways across these last 18 months.
Absolutely. All right, let's move over to her upcoming opponent, who beat Boisson today in straight sets. That's Coco Gauff, obviously winning 6-1, 6-2 over the French woman. Before we elaborate more on Coco and her chances in the final on Saturday, I do want to have a quick word on Boisson. Do you remember anything quite like this run or anything similar in all the decades of tennis watching that you've, enjoyed?
No, I honestly don't. I've been racking my brain for that. It's a very unusual situation. And, I believe it was Davenport telling the story that maybe it was Schiavone. I don't know. Somebody was telling a story about Boisson losing to some junior 6 weeks ago. I mean,
okay.
It's inexplicable to me that she could, and it's not accidental because you can't, you can fault Pegula for not exploiting her experience. You can fault Andreeva for being a bit immature at times. And as you said, she had the break in the second. She was up 3-love. Second set, she had set points in the first set. So why didn't they come through when it counted? On the other hand, Boisson is so poised, and she's got so many, she can do so many things out there. There's a lot of variety in her game, and she's a great competitor. So I watch her, and I see somebody that I don't think this was just a surprise run where she caught these leading players off guard and we're never going to hear from her again. I think it's the start of something significant. How far she goes, whether it's top 10, I don't know. But that was more than just the French crowd propelling her into the latter stages of this tournament. It was her own poise under pressure and her own shot-making capabilities. She's got a very good first serve as well. She really impressed me because I saw a lot of the Pegula match. I saw all of the Andreeva match and everything. Now, obviously, the win came out of her sails today. I thought Coco, at least, Coco was beautifully coached and schooled and poised for this match because she just decided, okay, now I'm not giving her anything and I'm going to keep the ball deep and I'm really going to make her come up. She's going to get no help from me and I'm going to defend when I have to. And there's going to be no carelessness on my side of the net. I'm going to make her beat me. And And she did that. I mean, one little lapse when she lost her serve at 3-1 in the second set, and then she got it right back. And rest of the way, I think lost one or two more points to close it out over the last 3 games. So that was partly about Coco being ready for the occasion and Boisson, everything sort of catching up to her today. But nonetheless, I'm curious to get your feeling, because I feel like there could be some exciting things ahead for her.
I think on the clay, particularly, she will probably have a few more runs, and maybe, who knows, maybe a WTA 250 title or something like that. She can run around the backhand pretty easily, especially on the serve. Her backhand is sort of she either hits it obviously two-handed or hits the slice. I don't think it's obviously not her strongest shot. Forehand, she's pretty solid on. In fact, sometimes more than solid. I think today there was a couple of factors that I think Coco wins the match no matter. But in terms of the scoreline and the comfort that Coco had, there was a couple of things. You talked about the wind out the sails. I do think physically Boisson has had a tough 10 days.
Yes.
She had a 3-set win over her compatriot a couple of rounds ago, Jacquemont. She had even though that was straight sets over Mira Andreeva, that was a really physical match. I think it went beyond 2 hours. And also the quarterfinal, of course, 3 sets over Pegula. So I did see her physically, even in the first set. I just wonder if she was a bit tight physically. The other thing that I thought, talking of wind out the sails, is by Coco racing into that early lead, the crowd didn't really have anything to really hang on to. Yes, the break back at 3-2, but I'm not sure if she or the crowd believed that was the beginning of a renaissance at all. And yeah, Coco just snuffed it all out. And yeah, absolutely. Credit to her.
But I think that's a good, sober, realistic assessment. I'm not saying that Boisson is headed for #1 in the world, but what I am saying is I definitely see top 20 potential, and maybe top 10. Not overnight, but I also believe that she can, with the kind of tools that she's got, particularly the forehand, which you interestingly enough said was sometimes more than solid.
Yeah,
that's the part that surprised me the most, was when she had to. There were long stretches in the Pegula match where I felt it was completely in Jess's control, and then suddenly Boisson would start erupting off the forehand. She started opening up her wings and hitting out freely, and I said, where is this coming from? So you don't know when she's going to sort of unleash more aggressive forehands. The backhand does need to improve. I agree. Right now, it's a pretty ordinary two-hander. The slice is okay, but not great. That side needs to improve, and the serve needs to improve. But I feel like she has a lot of match playing acumen, and she's very good head for the game. And that when you make a run like this, okay, yes, the expectations grow, but a light goes off inside too. And I think she's going to see some opportunities ahead.
She was doing very well on the ITF tour until about a year ago when she ruptured her ACL, and that also destroyed her French Open chances then. But she's more than made up for it now. I'd like to see her performing as well, or nearly as well, perhaps on other surfaces. I mean, she's top 100 now easily, considering she went into the tournament, I think, at 361.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I have her ceiling quite as high as you do. You're sort of saying top 20, and then we'll see. I'm wondering if this might not necessarily be the peak in terms of her ranking, and I think top 50 is there, but I'm thinking somewhere between 20 and 50. But time will tell, and we'll revisit this in a couple of years, Steve, and we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. And frankly, I hope you're wrong. Not that I want you to be wrong, but I just mean this would be a player that fans would love to watch all over the world. She's very appealing in her way. Absolutely. And very different. So I hope it's closer to my assessment, because I want to see more of her in big tournaments.
All right. Couple of questions on Coco I have for you, sort of big picture ones. First of all, do you remember the first time you saw her play?
Yeah, I didn't watch.
I remember her at Wimbledon in 2019 with that incredible win she had over Venus Williams. That was like her landmark.
Yeah. That was the first full match for me. Yeah. I had glimpses before then. I saw the Venus match, and interestingly enough, I was actually flying. I was on a flight to Wimbledon that day.
Okay.
But luckily for me, I had used my miles, and I was in business class, and American Airlines at that time, you could get the coverage. You could get all the
nice.
BBC coverage. So I saw it on the flight. Yeah, that was very impressive. Going out there and beating this 5-time champion, and who she clearly would have idolized before then. So that was my first good look at her. Maybe I had glimpses before then.
The other part of Coco big picture is Coco on clay is a thing. And yet Chris Evert, we already touched on at the beginning of the show, but really this century, yes, Serena Williams has won French Opens, but on the men's side, we haven't really, I think we haven't seen one since Agassi, I don't think, winning the French Open. Am I right? On the men's side, I think we've not had a French Open men's winner since, American men's winner since Andre Agassi, have we?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, no, because then after Andre retired, it was, obviously we had Roddick going after it, never coming close. Yeah, it was Andre.
So, and on the women's side, obviously we had Serena, but a bit like with Sabalenka right now, Serena was just too good not to win a couple of French Opens. And so she did. But Coco on clay is a thing. It's probably a better surface for her than grass even. Clay and hard, it doesn't really matter. She's always had the ego problem, but I think she's getting over that, even if she had to play ego in the final. But that's the thing. I mean, Americans on clay, the last, let's say, 25 years at least, has been a question that us Europeans pose, if you like, between April and June every year. But Coco is meeting it head on.
You're so right. And I think she feels the way you do, John, is that she talked about the fact that one time I think she thought maybe the breakthrough would be here. And she was in the finals and lost to Iga soundly, but it was impressive to see her in the finals that year. And then, of course, she ends up winning her first at the U.S. Open on the hard. So she's at the stage now we need to see. We haven't seen great stuff from her yet at Wimbledon. I mean, we're waiting for that. I'm still waiting for that. And I think it can happen. But I don't think there's a lot to distinguish her now when it comes to hard court tennis and clay court tennis. It's a thin line, and I think she's almost as comfortable on the clay. So in that sense, I think she'll go in a good state of mind against Sabalenka. On the other hand, she knows how tough it was dealing with in different clay court conditions in Spain there in the Madrid final against Sabalenka.
Yeah.
So maybe she feels like in a strange way she benefits with her ability to defend on the slower clay of Roland Garros. Might help her slightly.
Yep, I think you might be right, but we'll come to that shortly.
Okay.
Her run to the final has included, I think both players, actually, just looking at their runs, they've both been tested a little bit. For Coco in particular, it was against, obviously, Madison Keys in the quarterfinal. For Aryna, obviously, it was today going 3 sets, I think. So therefore, they've both dropped one. But that'll also be fresh enough that neither of their runs was super taxing in the way that Boisson maybe ran out of steam today, for example. I mean, Gauff has had straight sets wins over Gadetsky, Valentova, Buskova, and Alexandrova before that quarterfinal 3-set win. And then the straight sets win over Boisson today was somewhere around about an hour and a half, but it was fairly comfortable for her physically. And so, yeah, what have you made of her run?
I've been impressed. I mean, the one match I was concerned about that Keys match. You talked about, you alluded to it. It was about the momentum shifts. It was also not high quality. That's why I was glad she gathered herself today and played a much higher level match from her end of the court. The Keys match was strange in that, Keys should have had not only 4-1 in the first set, but 40-15. She could have won that set a lot sooner.
Yeah,
and then had to squeak out a tiebreak, and then second set, as you say, a 4-1 lead and for Coco, and now Keys breaks back twice and gets to 4-all and loses the set, and then Coco took over from there. I thought that was kind of an uneven performance. I didn't like all the double faults in that match, or particularly like the way she was executing the forehand. But I thought today, she shut the crowd out and obviously built the lead early and didn't have to go through too much apprehension. But aside from the Keys match, I like the way she looks. And I think I expect her to play very well in the final, win or lose, I must say, because I think that the matchup is comfortable for both players. I don't think either one fears the other. I think Coco is very good at diffusing Sabalenka's power, and Sabalenka she stays on task and stays aggressive, and she's got, I think Coco's got a very good first serve, but all told, I would give Sabalenka the slight edge on the serve. And I'd also give her the edge on second serve return. So I think that in the end that might be what wins the match, is Sabalenka's first serve and her second serve return. That's why I favor her in the final, but not with a lot of confidence. I mean, I think it could very well be a fairly tight 3-set match.
So 5 each is the head-to-head. They first met on a hard court in Lexington in 2020, 5 years ago. That match was won by Coco. Aryna wins the next one, also on hard in Ostrava. Coco wins their first encounter on clay in Rome, Paris, similarities. Toronto hard went the way of Coco, and they keep exchanging wins here. As you can see, Indian Wells go in the way of Sabalenka in 2023. That's a sort of a much slower surface, so it's quite difficult to garner too much data from all of these matches. And then coming up to the more recent encounters, that US Open final of 23. So there's a Grand Slam final between them that went the way of Coco. We've got a match this year, also in a final in Madrid on clay, but Madrid is a bit of an outlier in the season. So I think it's really difficult to garner something concrete from their head-to-heads because there's stuff in favor of both of them at 5-all.
Absolutely right. There was a very important match they played too in the semis of the Australian several months after the U.S. Open final. And Coco was serving at 6-5, 30 long first set, and it all turned there. She didn't serve it out. She lost the set. She lost the match in straight. But I feel like, again, that gave Sabalenka a temporary feeling of relief to avenge the loss, but neither one, at this stage, it's hard for me to see either one of them going on a tear against each other. It's going to be a fairly close, hard-fought rivalry. And I expect that the final on Saturday is going to be, as I say, very tight and come down to some very big points. I feel like in the end, Sabalenka wins in 3. Okay. But I give Coco maybe a 47, 48% chance.
Yeah, I think it's that close as well. I think I'm going the same as you, but I can't see a beatdown for either player. I think the conditions might end up favoring Coco if they're slow and stodgy like they have in the last few days with she can defend for all her life, and just maybe Sabalenka might find it more difficult to hit through Coco. If the roof is open, I think that might. It's funny, we started this episode because you and I do think of roof closing, indoor conditions, especially that European indoor season, quickening up the courts. But what I find is roof closing at huge Grand Slam arenas, like the one in Paris, they tend to sort of, if it's muggy outside, let's say like it has been in Paris today in the last few days, and it was in Paris in 2022 towards the end of the tournament when I was there, that sort of gets replicated and even double or trebled inside, which is why I remember Rafa in that semi-final with Zverev just absolutely soaked his t-shirt and shorts because it was so muggy. You don't get
John, just a quick comment. I have to laugh when you say that. Then you're right. That was particularly, it was like he'd just come out of a swimming pool. But on the other hand, Rafa, of course, was always perspired profusely. It was amazing. He would laugh about it himself. But even that day, it went even to another level. Yeah,
it did. But it also made, as I say, it made it really slow and stodgy. And we know how that ended. And yet, I'm with you. It's a 51, 52, 53. Choose a number just in the low 50s for Aryna. And therefore that indicates obviously a tight affair and a 3-set win one way or another for Aryna. But I would not be surprised if Coco gets her first French Open title. And I do think now that she's earmarked to win one, because I think she's over the eager matchup issue. She's won a couple of matches against her in the last 12 months. So yeah.
But you touched on something important, John, that I wanted to follow up on, because the slow court.
Yep.
It's interesting because Iga didn't want to try and defend against Sabalenka. Iga wanted to beat her to the punch. She wanted to be very aggressive. They weren't having many rallies. At one stage, I think even after 2 sets, they'd have 4 rallies over 9 shots.
Yeah.
Coco's not going to play it that way. That's what's going to make this very intriguing. Coco will be willing to defend. Not that she won't be aggressive on her own serve when she can be too. And so Sabalenka's challenge will be different. She may be forced to go to win some tough 14, 16, 18 stroke exchanges. And that's going to test her in a way that she wasn't tested today.
The stat, actually, that was probably the stat that stood out for me most. When I looked at the stats after today's match, I looked at about, I think, 60 or 70% of the points were 4 shots or under. And that was often down to the returns that both of them were putting in, especially in the first set, but Aryna generally as well in the third. that was just killing the Iga serve at times, and even Aryna's as well. And again, that comes down to those slower conditions. And then also, actually, Iga won most rallies over 5 shots, so the 5 to 9 shot and 9 to plus shot rally. It was that she was just getting killed by losing 60 or 70%, and there was so many. You know, I think of the whatever percent. I just did a rough calculation in my head because I remember seeing it, and it was about 60 to 70% of those points were won by Aryna, and that's where the match was won and lost today. But as you say, I don't think whatever conditions we get, but especially if it's slow, she'll get Coco losing patience in a way maybe like Iga did today.
Yeah, no, Coco will not. And Coco, not to take anything away from Iga, because Iga moves really well. And her court coverage was definitely better than Sabalenka's. And Coco's will be too. But the question is, how well will she defend? And when she is trying to be aggressive, will that Coco forehand hold up? That's always, to me, a lingering question. She didn't need to be concerned about that at all today in the semifinals because she wasn't going for it very often. But she will be going for it at times against Sabalenka because it'll be a necessity. So I think it's a great matchup. I rarely come away from one of their clashes not having enjoyed myself.
Indeed. Well, fingers crossed we get a similarly exciting clash on Saturday. Big thanks for joining me today, Steve.
Thank you, John. Enjoyed it as always.
Stagnant with her feet as well. And if you watch Iga play, her feet never stop. They never stop. And so her feet not stopping causes her racket head in a lot of ways not to stop either. So there's that beautiful, balance that Iga has where it's like bam, 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 bam. Whereas I think sometimes with Coco, it's like one big plodding step hit. And I think that's part of the problem is her footwork. And then that slows her racket head down. So she has to figure out a way. Either am I going to hit the crap out of this forehand and really let it go like she does with the backhand is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Or am I going to play a defensive forehand and be a little bit more like a Halep or a Wozniacki that never made a mistake on the forehand, even though both of them have had much weaker forehands, and that's where their breakdown would come. They just went to a place of, I'm not going to miss. And then I'm going to use my speed around the court to set up my backhand, and I'm going to frustrate my opponent.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career was on grass against Venus. Mm-hmm. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Mm-hmm. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on this surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Summers, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jan Faria, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes.
Take one. Well done.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.
Ready? Play.
Hello. I think we're still just waiting for John to potentially come along.
Hello, James. Are you there?
Oh, there we go. I can hear you. There we go.
Good. Just fixing some technical things here, but we should be good to go and chat and all things tennis because the players are on the court. Boris Becker is going for Sabalenka in 3. Korecha is also leaning that way too. Of course, the roof is open. This is a topic that has been on and off, obviously, for a few days.
Thank
What are
you,
your
God,
thoughts,
that the roof is open. Thank you that the roof is open. After the absolute
prefer it?
abomination of that Alcaraz yesterday. It's an outdoor tournament. The roof needs to be off. Simple as, you know.
Yeah.
None of this,
What do you think about the rule? What do you think about the rule that obviously that once a match starts, they have to leave the roof closed? So even if it's bright sunshine outside, because they started under the roof, they can't open it. What do you think about that?
I get why they've got it in place because it's all about fairity and that's now the conditions and a potential, changing of the conditions could change the match. But when you put the roof on, you change the conditions that end up changing the match. The biggest example I think I remember was over 10 years ago. It was the Murray-Federer final in Wimbledon where when the roof was off, it actually made the conditions more palatable for Murray to actually to be able to try and be more competitive in that match. And as soon as the roof went on, it actually favoured Federer. I would say after maybe a set has been completed, then you can take the roof off if the threat of rain is gone.
I just think it's silly. I just think tennis courts and tennis conditions change all the time. I think if it's dry outside and it's going to be dry for the foreseeable future, I just think it's silly.
And it's something that you said. I know we're starting with roof chats, which is fun for for the final of a Grand Slam. But when you're a tournament, it does feel a bit as though some tournaments are quite trigger happy when it comes to trying to put the roof on, even if there's a very, very small chance of rain, like there was yesterday. But I'm glad that although there has been some threats of rain today, they are starting with the roof off because it's an outdoor event. This isn't the indoor. This isn't an indoor, clay slam. This is the outdoor clay slam, and the conditions. And interestingly, the conditions are very windy today. Should play a factor in how players can deal with a match.
Who's winning?
I've been toying in my head back and forth with this for the last few hours. I kind of feel like it maybe should be Sabalenka. She is the one who's the world number one. She is the one that has the most recent Grand Slams under her belt. But then we're on clay, and I go and think about the fact that Coco Gauff has beaten Sabalenka before, in that US Open final in 23. It was a close-ish sort of match in Madrid.
She beat her in Rome 2 years ago, but of course lost to her in Madrid.
Yeah, I would have to go like literally 51-49 with Sabalenka, but I could easily see a world where Coco does win this as well. She's the only one that I can feel that has the ability to handle Sabalenka's pace, and then the slower the conditions as they're going to be as they are today, that could be a factor. That could be a real factor here.
I have in front of me Patrick Mouratoglou, champion mindset. Now, why is that relevant? Not really relevant, but it's right in front of me and has been given to me ahead of an interview with Patrick about said book. But it does become slightly more relevant today because the foreword is written by Coco Gauff. Funny that it's not written by any of his former players, but Coco Gauff. I first met Patrick in 2014 when I was a 10-year-old student at the Mouratoglou Academy outside Paris. To be honest, I was terrified. As the coach of my idol, Serena Williams, Patrick seemed larger than life to me. But over the ensuing weeks, as I settled in and adjusted to life at the academy, I started to understand his tremendous love for the sport and for those who played it. That's the beginning of her forward. I won't. If I carried on reading the whole forward, we'd probably be at 3-3 in the first set. So I won't do that. But yeah.
I thought you were about to say we were gonna get almost like libeled against us. It's not libeled. What's the word? Copyright strikes.
I think you can read. I think you can read an excerpt from a book. You can certainly publish it. Obviously, I've been given the book by the publisher. So
yeah, I mean, there are questions around how good a coach Patrick Mouratoglou actually is.
It's funny, right? Yeah. I think there's questions, James. I think there's questions about all tennis coaches. because I think
Yeah.
their influence is minimal compared to most other sports. You can probably the people that are really doing the amazing jobs with tennis players are those that are teaching kids and teenagers to prepare them for potential professional careers. Of course, those guys don't get the limelight or the salaries, but they're the ones that are really doing it. But they wouldn't necessarily be able to guide Sabalenka to a French Open. So that's why they're where they are. And yeah, the rest is mostly come with me, believe in me, and a placebo effect. You'll end up winning tennis matches. You'll think that I'm helping you do that, but ultimately it is you. But yeah, you can see how relationships, and I mean professional ones, of course, can benefit players and can propel them. But generally, was Brad Gilbert responsible for Coco Gauff winning that US Open? I think it's a coincidence. She happened to be with Brad at that time. Maybe she believed in him for those 2 weeks. She was with Peter Rieber before that, and I think Peter Rieber probably has just as glittering a coaching capabilities. Anyway, Coco Gauff is here to serve. Let's see where we are in terms of our streams. Where are you? I've got Coco Gauff just missing her first serve.
Me too. I hope that
I can adjust, so I can go a little bit. I see the screen has got 15, that's 15 love.
You're just a little bit ahead of me then.
No, I've got the screen, as in like the score on the screen.
Oh, okay.
So that's 15 love.
Yeah, I'm 15 love now. Just a few seconds ago, I'm 15 love. I do what I usually do, which is I've got a very old video games case that I put in front of my screen to hide.
Do that, because I think it's only a few seconds, but I think we're pretty much in sync. I'm going to talk you through this next point or two. Coco Gauff goes down the tee, but actually hits her first serve into the net. 164 kilometers per hour, that serve. So we've got a second serve coming up here from Coco. She's going to go into the forehand of Sabalenka. Sabalenka quite defensive there. She really could have attacked that, I thought, but didn't do so. Instead, she attacks on the forehand and forces the error. So
yeah, that was incredible cross-court forehand there by Sabalenka.
Are we in sync?
I think we're in sync. I think we're in sync. So who do you think is going to win this?
I've got percentage-wise and thinking-wise, I'm pretty much with you. Honestly, it's just too close to call. But of course, I will call it and will just lean Sabalenka. But there's so many factors that just go one way and the next. Temperament, they've both won slams. So, if Coco had never won a slam
slam for one of them.
Yeah, but they've both won slams. They've got
slams,
5 slams between them or whatever it is, 4 slams between them. So they've both won a slam. And so that factor probably doesn't play a huge part. If it was maybe a sort of, maybe Coco in New York and she had never won the US Open, but she'd won the French, let's say, then again, that could go either way. And you might lean the fact that the crowd support helps or hinders. But that's not a factor. Then you go, who's the better clay court player? Well, I think Coco's probably the slightly better mover on the clay.
Yeah.
But Sabalenka doesn't matter, really, as we saw her beat the best clay court, player of her generation on Thursday in the semi-final. Who's in the better form? Maybe Sabalenka slightly, but Coco made the finals of both Rome and Madrid. Sabalenka got to won Madrid, but got to the quarters in Rome. Who's had the better sort of route to the final? Maybe Sabalenka, because she beat, Swiatek en route. But there's no freshness sort of value to either player. It's not like, Coco's had to come through some grueling 3-setters all the way. She's had a nice, fairly comfortable win in the semis. Then there's the Coco's ability to defend. And I looked at some of the points that Sabalenka was winning the other day. Sabalenka won a huge percentage of points against Aryna under 4 shots, over 4 shots, and that was swinging back towards Iga. Well, that is something in Coco's favor because Coco is the best defender in the world. None more so than on clay, just because it's a bit slower, but she's just no doubt about it. She's the number 2 player in the world, and she's there because of her ability to defend largely. By the way, Aryna Sabalenka's just mishit a forehand, and Coco has held serve.
So it very much sounds a bit like, when you have those scales and everything gets added to each side and each side and each side, and it still balances out.
Well, it kind of tips one way then the other, and basically it just depends on when you stop the clock on like it's when I say right, we'll stop tipping the scales at 90 seconds, but here there is no time. So by the way, just having a quick look at some of the performances in this tournament, and again, this like serve in this tournament is leaning Sabalenka. Return very, very slight leaning for Coco. Other factors, defending as unsurprisingly is leaning Coco, but if you look at those stats, depending on how they've done in this tournament, again, on one metric, it's leaning one way, and on the other, it's leaning another. So, I don't know. Jake has got Sabalenka serving for the... Oh, I see. He's talking about how far he is ahead on his stream. I thought it was a prediction.
I wonder why we ended up properly starting him at 2:30, even though it was advertised at 2:00, because we got interpreted dance. I had a 3:00 start that then got put back 3:00 local time, so 2:00 for you. That then got put back to 3:15, but ultimately became about 3:25 in the end. Okay, Sabalenka here, 15 love. It is 15 love.
Maresmo looks on.
Yeah, I have to ask: does Maresmo not have a seat anywhere that she could sit down at?
She could, but you know what?
She's standing there for
I like that position. That's where I like to. You know, you could offer me a seat in the best seat in the house, and I'd still rather be there. You know, where she is, and
absolutely. Like, you know, you're the tournament director.
Yeah, but she needs to move around potentially, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
she does. She does need to move around. This is it's always quite funny because you look at like Madrid Open and you've got Feliciano Lopez drooping over what feels like an entire box at the back end of the court, and
he's normally in one of the boxes, is he, Feliciano?
Yeah, he's usually got his little box. It feels like he just and he's like all over it.
Yeah, Tommy Haas in Indian Wells is normally nicely placed, but I get the impression that these guys have done their work for the last 20 years in being a professional player. That I just know what it's like when you're a tournament director a little bit lower down the food chain. Coco misses that forehand, so that's 40 love. We did an interview, or Nick did an interview with the tournament director in Birmingham, and I think he said he saw 3 points all week, and he's just chasing his proverbial the whole week because it's a stressful job because you want everything to be right. Tommy Haas is there hitting with Yannick Sinner, and you're thinking that's not the tournament director of Birmingham who just doesn't have a spare second basically in the whole week. So these guys are sort of, what's the word? Sort of frontmen. They're images. They're for the sponsors. They've obviously got a history in tennis. They need to be seen. They don't have to worry about, is the catering going to be okay, or have the ball boys turned up, or where are the towels? That's what I don't see Feliciano Lopez looking that bit perturbed. Okay, 1-1. Both have held serve reasonably comfortable so far. That may come as a surprise, I think, given the break fest we've seen in some of the matches, more so when the roof was closed, but even without the roof, that may surprise some that they've both held serve comfortably. Coco's gone loose on the forehand. That's obviously a metric that's very much in favour of Aryna, the forehand.
And bizarrely also, I think the backhand, looking at those odds, looking at those scores as well, it's going to be the movement in which Coco has a clear advantage over Sabalenka, and movement on clay is quite key.
Yannick Sinner hit 10 aces yesterday against Novak Djokovic, which, is that double fault? That's that's another metric that, propensity to double fault. Sabalenka would have been challenging Coco 2 or 3 years ago on that, but now it's very much a Coco thing. I think mentality, I put both at sort of 9 out of 10. They're both fighters, can both show great resilience. I was really praising, both Steve Flink and I were praising Aryna's resilience in the preview. Oh, what a backhand from Aryna Sabalenka.
Yeah, wow. Already with the 3 break points.
That was incredible. That was from a fairly neutral position that she hit that winner from. Great return as well.
God.
What defender from Coco? Is Coco going to chase this down? She is, but Sabalenka's going to get the volley on it. It's going to win the point, and she breaks serve for 2-1.
What a way to get that break. That backhand cross court. That's so acute.
Yeah, It was good angle, yeah. Yes, Gauff did well to sort of fight for that.
It's a classic line, but you're going to see that sort of angle on a GCSE maths paper. I mean, geez, that really covered it.
James, you've been sitting on that joke for years, or have you done it when I haven't been paying attention?
I've done it a couple of times. I like using
have you? Yeah. I've got one that isn't even mine. I say this every now and again. I said it the other day. I said this match has had more twists and turns than a twisty, turny thing. Now I say that probably about 4 or 5 times a year, right? But it's not even mine. I have to give dues to Blackadder, which is where it comes from. It's a line I think by North season 2. Sorry?
I thought you could do another one which has got more twists and turns. If this match has more twists on it, Jamie Oliver will ban it.
Okay. Because does he not like twisters or something? Is there a food?
Turkey Twizzler.
Yeah, Turkey Twizzler, right? Okay.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of an older joke, but that when yeah, I don't know, it could work.
Nerland's analysis: Coco is not sharp. Okay. Nerland, by the way, comes in with all sorts of takes and predictions, and then as soon as they don't happen, he just disappears. He'll come in with he'll come up with something like, this is a definite win for X player, and he stays for as long as that doesn't appear to be the case. Just going to share the score on the screen from a different source. Just a second. Who are your commentators today? So pre-match, I had Korecha and Becker chatting. As I say, I don't know who I've got in the... Probably Becker will be in the commentary box on German TV. Let's have...
I've got... I can hear Naomi Cavenday.
She's like the main commentator, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to announce to see who the next one is. A good one, Coco.
Oh, I've got okay, so I thought I'd have Becca in no, I haven't. I've got I think she's the Women's Davis Cup captain in Germany.
I've got
Barbara.
There we go. I've got Naomi Cavenday and Chrissy Everett.
Okay. Women captain German Davis Cup. Billie Jean King, I should say, not Aryna Schudler is her name. I mean, I knew her face. But I couldn't remember her name.
No, I mean it's been because you got Eurosport. Or you got
yeah.
Eurosport.
As a result, I get all sorts of random languages and random. I mean, I've had Steve, who's kind of a friend. I mean, certainly someone I'm aware of in Portugal. He works for TV there. He's appeared. Oh no, it's not Rainer Schudler. That's somebody else. Anyway, he's been on. I've just tuned in, for example, to Jaime Faria or Enrique Rocha, and suddenly he's commentating. Then I've changed over to a French match, and there's a French commentator. And then, so generally I've had German commentary for the latter stages, but the early rounds I would tune into an outside court. And now I think I can change the language, but it was just sort of the pre-programmed language, funny enough. Anyway, 30-15 here. Gauff puts a backhand into the net, so it's Sabalenka.
Yeah, it was just saying because you're still under the older system of Eurosport. UK's now transitioned to TNT as having now the French Open because they were originally owners of Eurosport in the UK before that's now been disbanded. And it's it's sharing a lot with TNT America. It feels like in terms of the number of guests that have switched on and off. There's been John McEnroe doing commentary, Jim Courier. In the seat, it's been Mats Verlander, Tim Henman, as usually expected, but also Chrissy Everett. A bit of John Isner popped up for a couple of occasions.
Well, that slice did not work, Aryna. 30 all. Barbara Rittner, I think is her name. Yeah. Sorry, she's not the captain anymore, according to Jake. But I've got her shared on the screen. That's kind of the solid German team there. You've got the lady in blue, which is sort of the presenter. You obviously got Boris on the right. The bald guy there, he's like the most. I don't know what his name is, so I'm going to say, but he's like the number one commentator in Germany. He does all the slams, and he always gets the big matches. You don't see him on court 15 with Jaime Faria, that's for sure. And often you might see the occasional selfie. You might see the occasional selfie of Boris is on Twitter, and it's normally him in the background. Sorry, James, what were you going to say?
So it's a bit like the Nick Lester of Germany, if he gets all the big.
I think bigger because Nick Lester is sort of does the main tour, but does he do slams? Maybe.
Yeah, he's been on. I don't know actually. It's not. I don't know if he's been on TNT this year. He may have been in bits.
But, I mean, Nick Lester's sort of known, but this guy is. Yeah, we don't probably have a British equivalent. Oh, well, that's a mishit there from Coco and Aryna.
I mean, the only constant is that Tim Henman seems to be on every single tennis.
Yeah, he's on all the channels, isn't he?
He's on everything.
He was working for Sky in Rome, for example.
Yeah,
so he does the sort of 1000s and.
He does. Yeah, he does Sky with the ATP Tour in the US Open. He does TNT, it seems, with the Australian and French, and he also does Wimbledon BBC.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go, it's Tim Henman.
It's Tim Henman world. We're just living in it. Okay. Oh, Aryna drop shot. She was asked about that. Interestingly,
what a backhand!
Long term because she wins the point. She was asked about the drop and some
loaded
expansions to her game in a press conference. Her game in the press conference of the day, and I was interested because I think it's a fair question. I think it is applicable to clay, although she said actually it is true. I've added things like the drop shot, a bit more of a net prowess as well. I spoke to Gavin McMillan about that last year as well. Her biomechanics coach, adding things to her game to make her more variable across all the surfaces. But she did tell the journalist, I think it was Charlie Eccleshare from The Athletic, who asked the question. She said, actually, it's true, but on clay, maybe less so. Like the additions to her game that she's made, I think she highlighted grass in particular as where it may well really help her out. But anyway, she's really being helped out right now. She's love 30 on the Coco serve and total points won. Aryna Sabalenka 16, Coco Gauff 6. So
Yikey.
A bit like the match with Iga, it's Sabalenka who started quickest. And maybe was the Madison Keys like that as well? I think Madison Keys went up 4-1 in the first set as well. So sort of slow start for Coco in her quarterfinal and a fast start for Sabalenka in her semis. And so here we are. Coco mishits the forehand. She should be making that. She should be making that forehand.
There's a risk this could go. This set could run away with her if she doesn't run away back here.
Yeah, I just think that what I've seen so far, if the roof was closed, I would have more conviction with what I'm about to say. But I will say what I've seen in the last stages of the tournament, that there have been a bunch of breaks of serve, including Aryna Sabalenka. So, she was a breakdown to Zheng in the first set, but gets that back. She's gone long on the forehand there, 15-40. Coco, yeah, I think she needs to find a little bit more. Even on the forehand, actually, in this tournament, her forehand has not been as big a liability as it has been in some other moments in her years. So anyway, she's won the first point, 15-40. And that's a good serve down the tee to save the second. A lot of people favouring the outdoor stuff, James, in the chat.
Hey, good.
I just think keep it open as long as it's not raining, especially on clay where you don't have to worry about drops of rain, Coco in charge at this point, but Aryna defending, but ultimately too much. Coco at the net wins that, slaps that.
It's one of the cool things with watching players that you see it raining and you just see them deal with the rain. It's it's refreshing in tennis, given that as soon as a few drops start to fall on a hard court or certainly a grass court, everything gets stopped.
Yeah.
Whereas the other sports we watch, like football, like F1, if it's raining, they still continue. It's not a stopper.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, obviously Formula One, I think it makes it better.
It does. Yeah. It actually makes it entertaining.
Yeah, right.
Who's going to go off? Who's going to crash?
Yeah, it's great, and even some of the dominant, guys that you just see sort of towards the back of the grid, but they're really good in the wet, and then they start sliding through the field. Or, of course, some of the rain masters like Schumacher or Senna would just carve their way through the field and build up 2 minutes leads until they ran into the back of David Coulthard. Anyway, Coco Gauff, but bringing us back to tennis. Oh, Sabalenka, by the way, I think she was asked like her favorite team outside of sport, and there's one of the F1 teams, and I'm guessing there's only about 10 or 15. She chose because she said I think she said I'm in their box or something. She used a tennis phrase to say. She said I'm in their box or I'm on their team. I've just seen someone in the crowd that looks a bit like Eric Cantona. I'm not saying it is.
He is there. It is Eric.
I think I saw him. Yeah. What a good return there from Aryna Sabalenka, by the way. That's forced Coco into an error, and she's got another break point, her fourth one in this game.
I do love the fact they stick the trophy right.
The Alpine team. The Alpine team.
Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
the trophy?
I love the fact they stick the trophy right in the middle of the presidential box, right in the middle of.
Yeah, I like it too, but I also like it in Australia when you can just. Oh, what a return! Sabalenka killing that, and that is a dynamic very much in her favor.
The big question here is that has Aryna Sabalenka already got one hand on that trophy with the way she started this match?
Setting a break, I think, is when you start saying that. I think 4-1 double break first set. Yeah. The way the match is going, I don't feel like Coco is doing something that's making me think that she's going to get into this match anytime soon. Now, that can change on beginning of the second set if it does go to it. It was a bit different in these other matches. I'm just seeing a tweet.
It's quite funny right now. It's quite funny right now because on my screen they've got an advert, a Rolex mat advert of just like Coco. It's like it's not very well for her at the moment.
Just seeing a tweet from Djokovic, by the way, that he's put out this morning. Paris, you have my gratitude. Thank you for your incredible support in a place that is very special to me. Honestly, some of the greatest support I've received in my career. Bravo to Yannick. Merci to Roland Garros. Now, that with a wave just sort of leads you into starting to think about him maybe saying goodbye to Roland Garros. He did say in his press conference yesterday he doesn't know if he'll be back. I mean, you never know, really. But the last two words bring it back again. He says, "À bientôt," so see you soon. Now, I can see Eric again. Eric can now. Does "see you soon" mean like I'll be back next year? But if it could be in a Rafa sort of scenario where I'm just gonna maybe, or even a Roger scenario at Wimbledon where he watches matches, or "see you soon." I'll see you again next year. I think basically he doesn't know.
Thing is, you got to remember also, and I know this may be me being maybe a little bit too literal with it, but he is technically due to play the Paris Masters in November.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe.
Which
I don't think he played that last year, and I think if he was thinking of,
he didn't, but it is a tournament. It is a tournament he's won a lot.
I'm just in a very bad shot.
I think it's the Masters of that Masters he actually has won the most. Is the Paris Masters 7 times.
I still don't think it'll be in his top 5. I need to make sure I go there and say goodbye. But I've just seen a terrible drop shot from Sabalenka, but Gauff did not do anything in terms of punishing it. Gauff got to the ball so easily. She could have had a cigar on the way there, but Gauff.
I mean, but just as you're referring to in terms of given his age, we know Federer at the back end of his career did elect to sit out the clay court season because
I thought about that too. Yeah, I thought about that
because the effects it had on his body in the end, where he was like, I know my best chance, and I bizarrely actually I said this. When we did our top 10 show, was that I believe Wimbledon was his best chance to win that 25th Grand Slam title, and it could be, the level he's shown, in Australia, the level he showed here. It all leads to the fact that he brings it for the slams, and it just feels like the one tournament he is still probably, could probably definitely beat Sinner at. You would just say definitely beat Sinner. The one in which he could be the most competitive against Sinner at would be Wimbledon.
Ultrasound here. Ultrasound is asking how many Grand Slams has Sabalenka won?
3.
Very good. Double fault.
2 in Australia, 1 in the US.
Yeah, first double fault from Aryna. She's lost 1 final and won 3, so she's got a pretty good finals record, 3 out of 4. It's not quite
5 out.
Alcaraz.
3 out of 5.
Oh, she's lost another one, has she?
Yeah, she lost Australia and she lost the US.
Oh, of course she did. Yeah, to Madison Keys. Yeah, 3 out of 5. Good point. Dustin.
Hey, again. I'm liking these questions. Can you keep them going? I like these quizzes.
Where will he plan to retire? Would it be at Slam? Sean, yeah, could be. This is a 1 in 100 shot, but if you just forced me, gun to my head, and said which one, I'll go Wimbledon 2026. That's where I think he would. It's the court he said that he grew up. Centre Court Wimbledon was the one. It would also give him sort of 2 more shots at winning that.
It is the day, unless you have a Slam or an affiliate or a real affiliation to a tournament, and before the whole getting deported for that fiasco, you could have probably have said the Australian Open.
I still think Wimbledon. You hear him talk about Wimbledon, it's different.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you could make an argument for the Australian Open up until the whole fiasco of him getting deported. The de facto for pretty much every tennis player is that unless there's a home event you can go to, even if it's a 250, you will go for Wimbledon as the place that you will retire. You will want to retire because it is the biggest and most well-known tennis
Agassi,
event.
I think his last tournament was Wimbledon. I think his last ever match was against Rafa. I think double fault with Sabalenka. Deuce.
The wind is getting to her a bit there.
Yeah, a little bit. That may have affected her on that serve. She got quite stressed with her box during the semi with sort of not quite sort of Novak levels, or who did I see basically? Oh, Miran Draver told Conchita Martinez to basically go and leave her box. She didn't do it. Doesn't work. Coco does punish this one.
Coming back. Is Coco coming back here?
Sabalenka, yep. She had a 4-1 lead over Iga, and that disappeared to become 5-4 in the first set. Iga was up 5-4 and maybe even had a chance of winning that first set then. As the momentum went away, didn't feel like there was a huge gap between the two players, despite there being a double break advantage. But today, until now, there has been a gap between these two. But is Coco finding her range? Let's see in this rally. Aryna dumped the backhand in the net. We've got one of the breaks back. 4-2. Game on. And that one hand on the trophy, James.
Oh, it's become a finger. It's become the index finger.
Or maybe the little one, yeah.
Oh, good that she's able to get the break back. Just make this match competitive. It's. I think barring the Mukova final with Swiatek, the last few years, the finals haven't necessarily been all that competitive. For the
last year was
event.
very one-sided. Yeah, in 2022, yeah, those Iga wins, with the exception of the Mukova one, I think were all straight sets and even more comfortable than that. Aryna here on the backhand, she goes long. A few backhand errors now coming off the racket of Sabalenka as she's losing her range.
We're getting the eye rolls. We're getting the eye rolls.
Yeah. Forehand return. Maybe Coco needs to stick to the backhand of Aryna at the moment, because that's where she has been spraying it. But that's a lovely slice from her. Really good slice. Does it win the point outright? Doesn't. Coco's still fighting. Coco's still. Take a bow.
Good one, Coco. God, the defensive display there. Sabalenka all over the net. Unfortunately, you would say there was a smash halfway through that point, but Sabalenka should have done better.
You talk about angles. She needed to put an angle on that smash, and she didn't. She just drove it down the middle. And it gave, but still, Coco did well to stay in that. And then ultimately, even the winner itself was on the stretch for her to get that sort of up and down nature. So 30 love, 4-3, and it's certainly game on, even if it's still a break of serve. It's not. We're not talking about a quick grass court here.
Yeah, you get double break on a grass court. That's it. Match game sets over.
Should be, yeah. Although wasn't there a? Oh, there's another backhand.
Backhand. Oh, this is the perfect service game for Coco. Get that break and then get a quick hold. It feels like
it's not bad on second serve. 63% winning her second serve points there, Coco. Again, Thursday and Wednesday, or Thursday, I think it was, when it was so slow and stodgy. I think all 4. And that Sabalenka puts the backhand in the net, and we've got 4-3. I think all 4 quarterfinalists that played on Thursday, all 4 semifinals on had a lower than 50% second serve percentage points won. Yeah, it might have been Wednesday as well. There was a bunch of them as well. Every time I was looking at the stats, it was like, you know, someone was 22%, I think. And it was like, wow. Anyway, here we go, 4-3. The margins have closed a little bit.
Here we go. And I'm now getting the Casper Brood Renault advert again.
I'm just seeing a match point for Odder, in the wheelchair final. Odder beating Hewitt 6-4, 7-6. I think I may have even seen these two guys play doubles before together, so. Got my mid-first set banana. Here we go. Just like a professional. So, Sabalenka still does have that break advantage. So, obviously, 2 holds and she still wins the first set. But have we seen a momentum swing here? Well, we'll see how these next couple of games go. She'd looked pretty solid on serve till she did get broken. And the backhand goes long.
You can just feel Sabalenka now overhitting the ball.
It's also the way the backhand errors are coming from sort of down the middle, if you like. So Coco is not going to the backhand. She's just sort of going slightly there with enough pace that Aryna can't run around it. So it's more into sort of the back, a bit like this one, but there's a bit of an angle there for Aryna.
Oh, another backhand error. Oh, it's raining errors. The only rain we want to see today, by the way. It's raining errors. Actually, no, we don't want to see raining errors either, because then it would be a poor match. I just realised.
I mean, if they come off the racket of your opponent or the person you don't want to win, then yeah. So love 30 again. It's still okay. You know, you win the next 4 points, or you get over the line in this game, and suddenly things all rosy again. But the momentum shift. She was close to double fault in there as well on that second serve. That's on the forehand. Coco can't find the backhand yet, but she does now.
She found it.
Yeah, I know.
Slice.
And there's love 40.
Oh, it's a tactical masterclass from Coco Gauff at the moment. Get to that backhand and get that mistake. It's like some sort of Northern saying there, right? Get to that backhand. That's where you're gonna get. That's where you're gonna get it. Get to that backhand.
Yeah. Love 40. Sabalenka facing 3 break points.
Good cross court. Up the
That's
line.
A decent backhand, and it's going to force the error. In fact, it was still a pretty unforced error, I would say. 15.
That was a very good point there from Sabalenka. Out wide and up the line. Oh, just out. That was being very close. I thought that was in.
Yeah. So, Sabalenka, don't double fault.
Well, gets to the backhand very quickly, though, but to the forehand.
Yeah, now she's on the forehand. It's 30-40.
Short ball on the forehand. I mean, you're asking for trouble at that stage.
It's an intriguing final, and this game ultimately might dictate who wins the match. Might do. I mean, you can say that about every game, I know, but this game, feels super big. You know, this game may well decide who wins the first set, and that will, of course, have a huge bearing on who wins the match.
Yeah, let's not make what is it? Michael Owen type comment. Yeah, Michael Owen type comments.
Oh, I see. Yeah. But no, I just think this is huge. Even this point is huge. She gets the juice, and suddenly it feels like her again. But she gets broken here. Okay, now she's on the forehand, which is doing some damage, doing a lot of damage. Juice, 3 break points saved, 3 in a row.
Coco
No,
be annoyed there.
that point was huge. That point, biggest point of the match, no doubt. And suddenly, it's like, okay, she's got a really good chance to hold now. This point is sort of suddenly less important. It ramps up again if she's facing a break point, but...
And it's a second serve that's going to be looked at.
Is it me, or is she missing a lot of first serves at the moment? I think it just feels like she is.
She made a couple of ones on the break points she faced, but yeah, it's not as many as she would like.
Really good return from
What
Coco.
a backhand onto the line. Yeah. Onto the line. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Coco's thinking, why couldn't I have done that on one of the break points that I had before?
Yeah. Right, 4th break point chance here.
Okay. Coco goes into the net. It's a good serve. Good serve.
That was a very good serve. Just goes slightly long on that ball. Something's attacking her shoulder. Oh, that's a poor forehand from Gauff. That's a poor forehand.
The thing is, with this, we've mentioned Sabalenka's backhand just going awry. It feels like a spell in the match rather than it's not going to be. I don't think the backhand is going to be an issue for that. It's just like a 15-minute. She just needs to hit a few solid ones and maybe even hit a couple of winners off it, and then suddenly she'll have forgotten all about the backhand errors that she had at around 4 o'clock local time. The forehand of Coco's is a 2 or 3 year issue that keeps appearing. So, game point here, Sabalenka. She seems to be a little, but actually she's smiling. I don't know what kind of disruption happened. Anyway, backhand return here for Coco. Now it's on the backhand of Aryna. That's decent. Now it's on the forehand of Aryna, but she's crouching down and she's going to have to hit another ball. Remember that sort of 1 to 4 shot rally where Aryna was so strong against Iga, but less so in the longer rallies, and she's missed the forehand. See, that's the thing. That is that dynamic, and I'm not, I have gone for Aryna to win this match, and it's still, she's still a break up here in this first set, but that's the dynamic. Once we start getting 4 or 5 shots, which Coco absolutely loves, that dynamic is good for Coco and not good for Aryna. She needs a few serve plus ones, but of course those don't appear quite as often on a clay court as they do on hard or on grass. But she's going to get a serve plus 1 here. Not quite. She's going to have to... Oh, she's let it go.
Why did you leave it?
She's let it go, but that was never going to land out. That was never going to land out. It landed about a meter inside the baseline. Even when it came off her racket, I thought...
it was perfect for her just to put it away.
Yeah, it was a tricky... listen, if you're convinced it's going out, which obviously she was, I understand it, because the volley, it's a 70-30 shot that she does put away 7 times out of 10, I think. But if you're thinking, I'm 100% sure this is going out, you let it go. But that's a good backhand.
That's going out, though.
Oh, has it?
Or has it?
Coco thinks it has. I thought it landed in with my just looking at it. We're going to go and check the mark. What is the umpire saying? The umpire is saying out. You're right, James.
And we're back. Oh, it's actually it's really out, actually. That's a significant distance between the ball mark and the line. There we go. 4 all.
That was a great point. Yeah, so we're back on serve. 4 all. I've got some guests that are here, James, just in case you see me looking distracted. And one of them is pulling faces at me right now in a very childish manner. But he is a man boy in so many ways.
You're not talking to Fergus, are you?
He's from Yorkshire, by the way. We were just talking about Northerners. Yeah.
I'm from Yorkshire as well, bizarrely, actually.
Oh, you're from Yorkshire, are you, James?
Originally, well, yeah. My family were born in Leeds and lived
Born
up
in
there for
Leeds.
when I was younger.
Yeah, but James is born. Yeah, he's from. Yeah. Right, 4-all.
Yeah, a few of my family now live in the Harrogate and Knaresborough area.
I am still in Germany, though. For those of you wondering in the chat or everyone who's going, well, okay, is this a Yorkshire party? Is it? But Yorkshire puddings and stuff? No. Right, 4-all. Now, again, Steve Flink and I, the other day, were talking about the
shot making from both these two.
No.
The utter shot making, and of course, just leaning on the Yorkshire thing, the greatest grass event is going to be taking place in Yorkshire next week in Ilkley.
Sorry, what's happening in Yorkshire next week? What?
The Ilkley Challenger.
Ah, okay.
In the Yorkshire Dales in Ilkley.
See, 17-shot rally. I would say 17-shot rally. There's an 80% chance Coco wins that dynamic. Who's favourite right now?
I would still say Sabalenka.
Okay. If it was 51-49 before the match, are we sort of back at that percentage?
50.5 to 49.
Oh, it's even less. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's 4-all, 15-all. So in terms of the score, it couldn't be any closer. And of course, 3 points. She wins the next 3 points, and suddenly that goes sort of 65-35, you know?
Well, then on my radar be 50-50. There's win predictors that we see widely swing within the match. Oh, what a serve from Gauff.
I think she's feeling good right now, Coco, which is obviously more bad news for Aryna. 192 kilometers an hour, that one. Aryna's thinking, my goodness me, we could be in the beginning of the second set right now, but you know, this could be
in reality, she's done it. She should have got herself there.
Drop shot. Oh no, forehand slice there from Coco. And again, we're in the over. Okay, yeah. Serena wins this, but once we go over those 5 shots, you know, Coco Aryna's suddenly finding it difficult to find ways to win points. And it's the absolute opposite for Coco. Forehand return here, although it's 30-all. 2 points for Aryna, and suddenly this match has an entirely different complexion. That's an unusual slice from Coco Gauff, and so unusual, she's gone long with a very loopy slice that, yeah.
Am I going to? I wish I was going to it, Jake, but I now unfortunately live down in Surrey, so I can't go to it.
Yeah, that's a bit of a
too far for me to get to. It's like 5 hours on a train, on like 3 trains.
Backhand return here from Aryna. Huge moment in this match. Again, a forehand error from Coco Gauff. And Aryna Sabalenka is going to serve for the first set.
She'll feel disappointed in that one. Gets the bit of momentum going and basically hands it straight back.
My friend from Yorkshire, by the way, who has he has not. I was going to say he has very little interest in tennis. That's an exaggeration. He has 0 interest in tennis. Responded when I just said, Coco Gauff Sabalenka is going to serve for the first set. It was almost as if I was talking to him because he went, oh, okay. So he's responding to me as though I'm having a conversation. So, you know, if I go, what a terrible backhand, he's going, oh, do you think it was that bad? Are you a coffee person, James?
I can't stand coffee.
Can't stand coffee. What is going on with these talking tennis people? Damien doesn't drink coffee, and you can't stand it.
I mean, I could just about have a very mild coffee cake. But barring that, it's no. I drink tea. I do. I drink tea. I'm not.
I had a feeling you'd be more tea, but I didn't expect you to say you can't stand coffee, and the most you can do is have a mild
And
coffee.
the worst thing is when you get like friends and whatnot, you go to coffee shops and then we're getting like lattes or macchiatos or
macchiato. Go on, James. Sorry.
Or whatever Italian name they want to stick on it these days. Bizarrely, actually, though, I got when I was at uni in my second year, I worked on in a cafe at Marks and Spencer's, and I learned how to make all the different coffees.
Okay.
But I never would drink any of them because I thought they would taste disgusting.
Oh, Aryna. Look at her just stretch her arms out to the sky. I think she's still feeling all right, especially if she's got the break advantage again. But that's
I was just saying, when you go to like fancy coffee places and whatnot, or coffee shops, and they will get that, I feel like a child because I don't want to get a tea because teas at coffee places actually are really bad. They don't taste of anything at all. So I end up having to get a hot chocolate, but then I feel like a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
So like that, it's fancy enough that they can use the frother, and I don't feel like I'm a weirdo. Oh, poor forehand from Coco. Jake drank 3 coffees last night at work.
30-15, 2 points away from sealing this first set. And again, she's arrested the slide and showed that resilience that Steve Flink and I highlighted. That's something maybe that she's added to her game, if you like, that hasn't been mentioned as much as the drop shot and the net play. 30-15, second serve here for Coco to look at. Still a bit of breeze there. Ultimately, Aryna maybe has dealt with it slightly better than Coco in this first set, but it's not as breezy as that semi that Nadal. Oh, it's a double fault.
Double fault. I mean, that was closer to the baseline than it was.
I know, it was wild. It was so far out, I thought it was going to go to Strasbourg.
And geographically, I think you're correct as well.
Well, yeah, I'm aware of that, yes. I don't know, actually. I don't know which end of the court is which, and no, I hadn't thought about that.
No, I just was thinking in my head, I was like, no, yeah, you are correct. Well, no, actually, you would probably say more maybe Bordeaux.
Because it went really far south, yeah.
Anyway,
it's going to be a set point.
Southwest. If it went southeast, then it would be Strasbourg.
Going to be a set point for Aryna Sabalenka. How would she just love an unreturned serve here? Or a mishit forehand, or a funny bounce that just gets this first set done, and she doesn't have to fight for it anymore. She hadn't have to fight for a little bit. And it's going to be a second serve.
Yeah, pressure going to be on.
I think she just dumps this in. She doesn't go risky at all. Just get that in. Just get that in. No, she does go risky. And to make matters worse, Coco's return hits her on the back, let's say, on the back of the legs, or the top part of the back of the legs. Anyway, double faults, 4 from who would have thought that Sabalenka has hit 4 times as many double faults today as Coco Gauff.
As the notorious double faulter Coco Gauff.
Yeah, right. The Google graphic has 3, but the info sees, which I trust a bit more, has 4. Anyway, either way, it's a bunch of double faults, and 2 have come in this game.
I've got a feeling Gauff is going to get back in this one.
He's got a second serve as well. That landed in comfortably. It was a really good second serve with a lot of pace on it.
Gauff's got to sort these returns out and second serves. I mean, that's like that. You've got to make it.
I thought there was decent amount of pace on that one. Yes, she probably should have landed it, and she should have at least made Aryna hit another shot. But I thought there was some level of aggression there that I would not have advised Aryna to go for, actually. But yeah, she should be making it. Lovely sort of bounce on that serve there in terms of the fact that Aryna's on top of the rally here. But now we're in that over 5-shot dynamic. Aryna picking up the pace, though, in terms of a level of aggression. She's still in charge of this rally, and she's still on the forehand. But now she's got a backhand to deal with, and of course it goes in the net. As James is sinking deeper, we're almost just seeing...
So I just sort of lean back a bit just to save my back a bit.
I don't mind.
You can still hear me loud and clear. I'm putting my headphones.
Damien was in deepest, darkest Poland yesterday. He was getting darker and darker as the match went on. It was just black almost at one point, and then he went to switch the lights on. She can't get these first serves in. Juice.
Gauff needs to return this one, needs to put the pressure on. Why has another other team got AirPods in?
Is Gauff going to get a break?
Backhand cross-court exchange. Just about lands in.
Is that landed in? No, it's gone out.
Landed out. Landed out.
These backhand errors from Aryna Sabalenka, she just wants the rally to be done. And like I say, we're going over 5 shots as well for a lot of these rallies. And I know I'm sounding like a broken record here. But I thought it landed in when I watched it live. But break point, Coco Gauff. This is gripping, says Jake. Indeed it is. Best French Open final for 2 years on the women's side. Aryna at the net. Aryna at the net. That looks cumbersome.
No.
It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You don't have to tell me, James, but do you have a player that you would like to win today, or are you completely neutral?
I would like Coco to win.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
I would like Coco to win.
It's fine. Honestly, I don't mind. If neither had won, if Coco had never won a slam and Aryna had, then it's easy for me. And same the other way around, you know. I mean, both of these players have had incredible stories over the last few years. In that, when Aryna, for example, was playing Elena Rybakina, I wanted Sabalenka to win that final because I was worried that Sabalenka might never win one if she didn't win that. And I do think it does change things, that she goes on to be a multiple Grand Slam winner, but if she doesn't get over the line in Australia, and remember, she needed 4 championship points to do so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a cracking match. That one,
probably the best Grand Slam final in recent years. You know, I like the Mukova-Swiatek one you mentioned, but probably you need Mukova to win that to be a really legendary match. I think Iga still wins, and it sort of becomes like this. Okay, Aryna here attacking on the backhand side. Now she's going to have a fairly attackable forehand, but Coco defends as only Coco can.
The wind is causing utter chaos. The way in which it's literally, I mean, there was a point there where it literally swerved right into Aryna as she was setting up the shot. It's like Indian Wells has come down on Paris in terms of the wind.
Yeah.
And Gauff here, a chance to get back level.
First serve does land in, down the tee. And she's like I think it's because she hasn't been getting anywhere near the number of first serves she wants in the last couple of games of service. And that's why she went down and sort of curtsied almost to herself, saying, well done, you got a first serve in. Obviously, huge pressure point there when she was facing a break point, so it was likely that she would go to the Coco forehand. First serve down the tee to the forehand, and Coco wasn't. She goes to the backhand, though, on this one, but she does land in the first serve, which, of course, she errors on the backhand side.
That was a really bad idea there from Sabalenka.
Maybe if Aryna can't, I mean, I just don't think this is in her DNA. But I was just going to say, maybe if Aryna can't finish the rally in the first 2 or 3 shots as she would love, maybe just play Coco at her own game and just, you know what? Let's just rally for 15, 20 shots and see how it pans out. Look, she finishes that one, serve +1.
Coco is really struggling there at the moment. I mean, that's the point previously on the outside. She hit it long. She then hits it way too short on that one there, off the first serve. The sun's come out a bit.
Is it going to shine on Aryna Sabalenka for these next 2 points and see her win the first set? Eric Cantona having a chuckle to himself about something. I don't know what. Oh, this is great seeing Eric every now and again. One of my faves growing up, of course.
He's a great character, Eric Cantona.
Oh, yeah. When the seagulls follow the trawler, it's because they think sardines will be thrown into the sea. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. But she's given Coco a chance.
Oh, no! How did you hit it? How did you?
How do you miss that volley?
It's harder to miss than to hit it.
I know.
How did you hit it into the net?
The crowd are applauding. And by the way, yes, that forehand was good from Coco to stay in the rally, but she didn't do a lot there, Coco. Yeah. They're applauding the horrible volley. Anyway. 10 minutes now for this game.
Down the tee. Coco just about gets onto it. Backhand by Aryna. Down the line. Makes it back to deuce. Another needed first serve for Sabalenka. Gauff just unable to get any real proper connection.
I want to have a Radler. I've got one in the fridge. Soon. 10 minutes, Radler. No, you don't have to get it. I can get the fridge myself. Oh, yeah, you need to go here. So I just had a slight distraction there, as you can probably tell. So we're at deuce again.
It's a never-ending set, this one.
Yeah. It's all happening right now. I've got my washing machine going with some velocity towards the end of its cycle. Are we coming towards the end? Oh, a miss hit from Sabalenka on the forehand.
I mean, if she wants to make her way to the Oval, I'm sure they'll be looking for those sort of shots against India soon.
You a cricket fan?
No, I just tried to make a cricket reference there.
Yeah, I got it.
Like, what have I vaguely seen on the TV to do with the cricket? I watched the Flintoff documentary. That was really interesting.
Okay.
At least it's better than what you get from some commentators to keep on referring it to golf swings. I mean, I don't know anything about golf. What are you doing?
First serve from Sabalenka goes into the net, so it's going to be a second serve here for Coco Gauff to look at.
This is going to be big. This goes for first proper return actually on that side. Oh.
We're still in the rally, but it's one of these lengthy rallies that Coco normally wins, but we'll see if it pans out on this occasion. Forehand Sabalenka. And she's gone long. We've got the breaker serve.
And we're back level. 56 minutes on the clock.
5 games all. Yeah. Yeah,
this is brilliant. This is utterly brilliant.
10 more than 5 minutes a game on average so far.
This is what you want for a final.
Oh, for sure. And I think we did sort of think it was very likely. You know, once, no disrespect to Boisson, but I'm about to say something that might sound disrespectful. You know, once you have a final, permutation between the three of Iga, Coco, and Aryna. And even Aryna, lovely drop shot there from
Lovely
Aryna.
dropper. Lovely droppy.
When you've got Iga in a final and she's on it 100%, let's say, and it's the best version of Iga, which I don't think we've seen for about a year, then you, especially against Coco, you might fear that it could be a sort of a 2 and 3 final. Although I do think Coco's made some strides and causes Iga a lot more problems now. But either way, with this final, I think we were likely to have a cracker, and it's turning out that way so far. Love 15. I think she's missed the return.
Gauff is adamant.
Gauff is adamant, but I'm feeling that way too. Let's see what the umpire says. This could be big.
She comes. She blew points, and she points out.
Yeah, 15 all.
15 all. still nuts that the rest of the tour on the clay has the electronic line calling, and yet they're still using the judge coming down from the chair thing here. Oh, Boya!
Close.
One of my hairs could fit in between that gap.
Look at the number of unforced errors from each player. Exactly double from Sabalenka, 26 to 13. 26 unforced errors. She's on course. If we go 3 sets, she'll be pushing 100 unforced errors. I mean, certainly 75. Double fault though from Coco.
Not when you need it, Coco. Not when you need it.
15:30. I think it's only her second double fault of the match. As I say, according to Infosys, Aryna's hit 4. 2 coming, I think, in that previous game. Anyway, Sabalenka here to return. Ooh, that forehand was close, Coco. Just stay on the forehand, Aryna. Just now we're in this lengthy rally. Stay patient. Stay patient, although that's going to maybe help you win the point by not being patient. So I shouldn't be
just lands in.
Exactly. We're still in the rally right now.
Up the line. Does it just drop?
Stay on the forehand.
Oh, it just
Aryna.
Drops.
Stay on the forehand. Oh, that's good from Coco.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. I think it took a funny bounce. I mean, it was a really good forehand slice.
Oh, my God. This wind is horrific. It's like some sort of video game where you change the settings to be like, really comical. And this is what it would look like.
Yeah, I think you're right. The wind did have a huge influence on that rally, right?
It was all over the shot. I mean, that wasn't choices of rallies points. Oh,
second serve here, 30 all.
Try to do a swinger out right there, didn't work. Double fault.
Now it's the Coco chasing down her opponent in terms of double faults.
That's not a stat you want to be chasing her down then.
1 hour already, and we're still at 5 all. Break point. Coco Gauff facing. Gets this first serve in. Does she? No, I think it's clipped the net, so it's still going to be another first serve.
One rule definitely changed in tennis.
You would change it?
Yeah, I wouldn't have a let called. Let rule.
Second serve. Forehand return is too big for Aryna. I think she's right to go big on the second serve, bearing in mind, as I say, Aryna doesn't want these points to be dragged out. I'm sure that's the Shane Leonage there in the middle in Aryna's box. He's been on the show 3 or 4 times, I think. We've interviewed him. He's the data guy. He has been, I think, in the past with Ons Jabeur. I'm not sure if he's still with her, but anyway, backhand here for Aryna, and now we're in the sort of over 5 shot territory, so we know how that normally favors Coco. Drop shot Aryna. It's going to win the point outright. Lovely. Yeah. It's not always worked for her today, but I don't think it's the wrong tactic. I think it's a great way to shorten some of these rallies. Because with the drop shot, what you do know is the rally's ending in the next, theoretically. I mean, you have this Sinner and Alcaraz can chase these down and stretch and all sorts. And I know Coco's probably the best athlete on tour, but with a drop shot, it's going to be an outright winner. It's going to fail, or you're going to get maybe an easy volley at the net if things work out. So you know it's finishing pretty soon. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, I know you could say the same about a huge backhand, but those huge backhands are not working. Good forehand there from Aryna.
Oh.
Redrop. She's got to win the point here, surely. Yes, she does. She gestures to the crowd as she breaks serve for 6-5, and she will serve for the set again.
Will she get broken again?
62 minutes of just captivating tennis. I mean, okay, at 4-1, you might argue that the opening stages were not so captivating. I still thought it would be interesting to see how the next game would go. If she'd have got to 5-1, then yeah, I guess that would have.
Yeah, I mean, there was an alternative. There's an alternative universe where that goes 5-1, and we could already be deep in the second right now, wondering what.
Yeah, right.
Is it can Aryna survive or can?
Yeah, it could have been. As I say, it could have been 6-2, and we could be at 3-3 in the second or something, and Aryna's close to the finish line. But here we are. I mean, 62 minutes, and Iga Swiatek has won a match and a half sometimes. I think Iga's won a match in the last couple of years in less than 40 minutes. Maybe in Paris.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, it was the hallmark of a Swiatek's Grand Slam run as well. Was
loads of bagels and baguettes or whatever they are. Bagels and breadsticks. Sorry.
We even had it in the final here. I mean,
yeah. What was the score against Jasmine last year? I'm going to say 6-2, 6-1.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it was 2-1. But I think there was another final. I think it was the Coco Gauff one that was almost like love and one. I think that one was
a bit closer. I think there might have been a set. Yeah, 2-1 last year. I think the Swiatek Gauff final might have been like 4-3 or 4-2. Let's have a look.
Oh, why did you go cross court? Why did you go down the line?
You're a bit close. It was 1-3 against Coco.
Oh yeah,
1-3. So one more game than Jasmine.
I just remember them being very quick. I mean, I did purposely choose those dates when the Surbiton Challenger did take place in Surbiton to go usually during the women's final day because of the kind of knew that Iga was going to duff up somebody quite easily.
Okay, 15 love here. She's got 15 all. Jake here is saying, sections of Twitter will scrutinize some of the errors, but it's been utterly compelling. Yeah, but are we talking about the errors from both players or maybe slightly more from Aryna, bearing in mind she's hit basically double the number of Coco? I think, of course, it depends. If Sabalenka wins the first set, doesn't really matter if she hits 30. But maybe he's also saying that some people are saying what a lame match in terms of quality. But I think sometimes matches can get better. I mean, in terms of quality as well. But in terms of drama, we've got all the drama. If we get an amazingly high-quality second or third set, then it almost doesn't matter if we've got...
Yeah. I mean, unless you really are an avid supporter of one player or the other, where you just want a beat down, where your player is beaten down on some other players.
Yeah,
what you want is a neutralist drama. You want drama swings first. And momentum. You want really tight service games.
You can have unbelievable quality from both players, like just serve +1s, and they're just playing so well. And they're hitting winners left, right, and center. But maybe drama's more important. Drama first, anyway. Drama plus quality is even better, I guess. And that's when
drama.
That's where you've got sort of Sinner Alcaraz US Open quarterfinal. Anyway, drop shot from Coco, but Aryna's going to get to this, but she puts the forehand into the net.
I think we're going to a breaker.
Well, 2 break points, Coco Gauff.
2 break points here for Gauff to send us to a match. A first set tiebreaker. Okay, ball up, ball wide. Was that going to land in?
It's going to land in? No way. No, it doesn't. 30-40.
That would have been so that it would have felt like it was written in the gods that this was going to be Coco's match if that landed in.
If that had landed in, yeah. 30-40. Where's Alex Ayala playing next? Somebody tell me. I guess she's playing on the grass somewhere. Maybe at a 1-2-5 next week.
She'll be in Ilkley where it's 1-2-5.
Is Ilkley? Was that WTA 1-2-5 in Ilkley?
Yeah.
What a shot, Coco Gauff! Wow. Defense versus attack always delivers for me, as Jake says. Indeed. And that's exactly what we've got. And I tell you what else.
Look at that, stretched out wide. Literally gets all she can on that. And it lands perfectly in the goal corner.
Is that the shot? That's one of the shots that if she goes on and win the title, we'll be reflecting on. I tell you. Six all. Second serve here for Sabalenka. And she went through hell in a way in the first set against Iga, and then she goes and wins the tiebreak 7-1. So we'll see.
Oh, good one out wide.
And
goes back behind.
Momentum, ladies and gentlemen. Momentum. One love. Over to you, Aryna Sabalenka. 2 first serves, 2 unreturns, or a couple of +1s. That's what you need. She's not going to get it. Backhand error.
That was phenomenal forehand cross court from Gauff there.
2-0 Gauff.
I mean, you've got to think about the potential mental strain this could put on Sabalenka if she.
Absolutely. 4-1 double break, twice serving for it,
and then loses the set on a breaker. I mean, you wonder how she could spiral. And it's something we'll really wonder. Oh, she smashes the ball to the ground.
Backhand. I mean, there were a couple of forehands that she probably should have made that she dumped into the net, like when there was a couple of short balls. I think one was where she was chasing down a drop shot, but she easily got there. But it has been largely, since 4-1, it's been those kind of into-the-body backhands that she's had to deal with, and she just hasn't dealt with them. And she knows that she has to deal with them, and she has to win the point quickly, because suddenly it goes, as I say, 5-10 shots. She's just not winning any of those rallies. 3-0 Gauff. Huge point. Sabalenka surely has to win one of these next 2 points.
Yeah.
Backhand return from her is pretty good. Gauff on the slice. Sabalenka, forehand now to forehand. Stick to that forehand dynamic. Don't lose patience, Aryna. But of course, she has gone into the backhand, which means she's now no longer in charge of the rally. Ooh, she just doesn't know any other way of playing. Good angle there from Aryna, and she's won the point.
Needed that angle, and that gets to the point.
Yeah. Yeah, is Coco just sort of getting to Aryna, much like she did as the match wore on in New York a couple of years ago? Well, I think we'll have a definitive answer come the end of this tiebreak. Coco getting her first serves in as well. It's a backhand.
Lovely backhand.
Wow, taking that on the rise. Coco seeing a chance to attack, and she took it. Okay, Sabalenka here serving. 1-4. Is my stream further behind yours now, or still pretty much on the same moment?
I think we're perfectly in sync.
Okay, cool. Forehand to forehand, but Coco's gone long and wide. So 4-2 at the change of ends. Listen, at 3-0, that could have been worse for Sabalenka.
Yeah, 4-2 is not a bad scoreline if you're behind to go to the chair, and just one mini break. It's just one mini break.
Yeah. Yep.
She can hold here. It then puts the pressure right on Coco.
Yeah. A reminder, they're head-to-head. Again, as we said before, the match couldn't be any closer. 5 each. And they've both beaten each other on clay as well. Aryna quite recently in Madrid, and Coco, I think, a couple of years ago in Rome. Okay, forehand return here from Coco, but I think it might have landed out. So it's going to be a second serve, is it? We're going to have a look at it again. What did land in, I'm pretty sure we'll just have to replay the point because Coco had returned it. No, it's gone out. Just, says the umpire. Second.
Well, that's going to be a big gap between first and second serve now, especially in these tricky conditions.
I don't know. Earlier on in the match, I said just land your second serve in, but that was close. She's in charge of the rally here, Aryna, but she needs to finish it here. Does she? Yes, she does. The drop shot. That was smart, and that was the right play.
It's becoming her best friend at the moment, that drop shot.
Yeah, it is. It is. Because when she lines up and goes big, then it often ends in an error. And yet at least the drop shot is probably working for sort of 3 times out of 4, something like that.
Yeah. And it's causing Coco to really have to double guess where she needs to stand on return. Or stand in the rally.
Still, Coco has that mini advantage. She tosses the ball up, but it's not going to be hit on this occasion. She's going to go for it again. She's going to get her first serve in. She's done pretty well on the first serves in recent moments, and she's getting her first serve in there. Drop shot from Coco is not going to win the point outright, but can Aryna do something? She redrops. Now she's going to be chasing back. Oh. Where's she going with this one? I thought she should have gone for the lob. Instead, she goes for the pass, and Coco deals with it.
It's amazing how the lob, we talk about the drop shot becoming Sabalenka's friend. The lob has become Coco's friend.
Yeah, she lobs Aryna there. Yeah, nicely. I thought Aryna should have just gone back for the lob as well. I mean, the other option would have been a cross quarter, which, of course, we know she's lost that point. So 50 points each in the match so far. Again, Coco Gauff's toss goes awry, possibly because of the wind. And this time she doesn't get a first serve in. So what's going to happen next? We're look at Aryna there inside the baseline. She wants to kill this second serve and end the point as quick as she possibly can. She does do exactly that. She does exactly that.
And we're back on serve. We're back on serve.
We are, although there is still, of course, a point difference. But yes, absolutely, we are on serve. Drama, drama, drama. So many twists and turns. Are we going to get another one during this tiebreak? 4-5, Aryna serving. Doesn't get her first serve in. Doesn't get the first serve in. I don't know what her first serve percentages are like. I'll have a look at the stats at the end of this set. Forehand return here from Coco into the backhand of Aryna. Now that's down the line. Aryna Sabalenka's hit a backhand winner. What feels like the first time in ages. 5-all. Please do hit that like button if you've just joined. And if you haven't already done so, hit subscribe. You will not miss a ball for the remainder of this French Open, both in the singles final we're seeing right now, but of course, tomorrow we'll have Nick and Zach bringing you the men's final between Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner. But back here to Philippe Chatrier. Sabalenka gets the first serve in. No, she doesn't.
I'm surprised that we got Nick here actually for this one. I'd be absolutely going.
It was just a case of, I think, also his availability, but also just not having. I knew that I could do the women's final.
Yeah.
So it was also partly me in a way. I mean, maybe he was busy today anyway. I don't know. Here we go. What's the rally? 5-all. Forehand Aryna Sabalenka. Forehand Coco. Stay on that forehand side, Aryna. And maybe now stay patient. No, but don't worry about it because you hit a really good backhand cross court. The drop shot there is not going to win the point outright, but the volley should, and it does. Sabalenka set point.
And now Sabalenka, she's a crowd of absolutely going ballistic.
Yeah. She didn't win the previous one to that with the drop shot because Coco did well with it and lobbed her, of course. But as you said, it is a friend of hers right now. Set point number 3 for Aryna. And I think the previous 2 came on her serve when she was trying to serve for it. Maybe at 5-4. Anyway, set a second. Listen, also Coco's thinking, my goodness me, she's just not going away. Every time I fight back and I think I've demoralized her, she comes fighting back too. Wow, what a mental battle. Don't double fault. Forehand return here from Aryna's pretty big. She's in charge of the point. Is she going to put this forehand away? No, she doesn't. Coco deals with it, but it's the volley now. It's oh, wow, Aryna Sabalenka, take a bow. She's done it. She's won the first set.
It's absolutely mad. 77 minutes, multiple chances to try and hold the thing on the serve. and able, just as she was at one stage, what was it, 5-3 down in that tiebreaker, able to squeak through and get that first set done and dusted.
Wow. I tell you what, both of these players, mental giants throughout that set. And that rally, it was just getting borderline, you know. Put her away. Okay, you've not put her away there. Put her away. Okay, you're not put her away there. You're going to get one more chance to put Coco away before we get into one of those rallies that you just don't want to be in. And she did it the third time of asking. I mean, Coco obviously does really well to defend as well at times there. But we know how Coco's defense, when it gets to that sort of third or fourth time of asking, then Aryna gets frustrated. But she gets it done. How mentally jarring is it to lose that first set? If I just talk you through that first set, James, of course, you'll know as well as anyone else, but there may be some people that have joined us. We had Aryna Sabalenka going into a 4-1 lead, double break. At one point, I think they showed the number of points each player had won, and I think Sabalenka was at double. By the way, first sets in terms of stats, pretty even. First serves, 57% each. Aces, 1 each. The unforced errors, though, from Sabalenka, 32 unforced errors across that set, 16 from Coco. So double the number of unforced errors. But, of course, the most important stat of all is that Sabalenka has won it 7-6. But, yeah, 4-1 double break. That comes and goes as Coco comes fighting back, as so many other players we've seen do in the last few days from 4-1 double break disadvantages. Then you're thinking, can Sabalenka regain the momentum? Yes, she can. She served for it on 2 separate occasions. She had 2 separate set points, wasn't able to get over the line. Coco kept fighting back, and then we go into a tie break. Coco goes up 3-0 and 4-2. And you're thinking, boy, and Sabalenka's getting frustrated. There's backhand errors that were just not apparent in those first 5 games, but were coming off her racket left, right, and center. She couldn't finish the rallies early enough. But it was Sabalenka who just managed to dig so deep and ultimately win that first set. I honestly just can't believe what I'm seeing at times. And now I still think there could be... I mean, now it's Coco's turn for the first time in the match. I know she was down 4-1 and she's probably just thinking, I need to get into this somehow, and she does. But the absolute mental jarring, difficulty that she'll have to deal with after losing that 80-minute set. Yeah, it's going to be Coco's time to really, really dig deep. James, can you just talk us through these first few points? I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tired just listening to what you were saying just there. So we just had a forehand that went wide, also a serve that went wide, and a forehand that went long from Sabalenka, from Gauff. In the middle, forehand by Gauff, backhand by Sabalenka, backhand by Gauff, backhand by Sabalenka, backhand by Gauff. Oh, but a poor forehand there from Sabalenka makes it 15-all. Gauff here will be determined to have a strong start. Does not want to let Sabalenka try and go away and run with this. Ball in the air. Goes cross court. Forehand by Coco, backhand by Sabalenka. Backhand by Coco down the line or down in the middle and gets the winner. So it's 15-30 up on the Sabalenka serve early doors. So ball into the air. Goes long from Sabalenka there. So second serve. So chance is potentially opening up earlier on for Coco. Wind just still been a bit of an issue here. It is an incredibly windy day in Roland Garros. Backhand by Gauff. Just goes slightly long, 30-all. down the tee, just goes slightly wide there from Sabalenka. Ball in the air. Forehand to forehand exchange. Forehand long from Sabalenka. So break point chance here for Gauff. This would almost feel like the perfect way to start the second set. After such a disappointment in the first. Goes long there from Sabalenka. Second serve for Gauff to have a look at. Score. Backhand by Gauff. Backhand by Sabalenka. Backhand by Gauff. Backhand by Sabalenka. Slice from Gauff, but sliced into the net. Slice into the net. So 40 all here. Sabalenka doing what she can to keep her nose in front. Ball up, ball out. Second serve here. No first serves whatsoever for Sabalenka at this stage. Cross court, forehand by Gauff, backhand by Sabalenka. And it just goes for a winner. And it's advantage Sabalenka. Forehand by Gauff, forehand by Sabalenka. Wild in the air by Thingy. Then a drop shot from Sabalenka. Gauff just about gets to it and then gets a perfect thing to the ground. And Sabalenka unable to get any real contact onto that one. So it is back to deuce. Basically feels like a continuation from the first set here in terms of these service games just being very grueling. I assume open roof and wind works for more the defensive person. You would believe so. You'd think so. Goes cross court, forehand by Gauff, forehand by Sabalenka, and that goes wide. She's having a go at a tee, but a second break point chance here for Sabalenka. Okay, ball in the air. Goes down the line. Forehand by Gauff. Forehand by Sabalenka. Forehand by Gauff. Forehand by Sabalenka. Forehand by Gauff. Cross court. And she gets the early break.
Wow. I mean, I know I've just missed the break. Well, I've just got back for it, actually. But I said Coco's going to have to dig deep. And she has. And she is. And she will.
Started well. It basically feels like a continuation from the first set into the second. Really grueling, really error-strewn service games from Sabalenka and Gauff doing a defensive work to get onto it. Movement quality for Coco Gauff, 9.8. She's nearly broke the chart.
Coco will just be thinking as well about the first 5 games of the match because there was
a big... If she moves any better than that, she'll be gliding over the surface.
There was a big gap between the two of them over those first 5 games. You know, it was Aryna winning twice the number of points to her opponent. And that was the only time in the match when there was a gap between the two players. Okay, Coco fought back. Okay, Aryna's gone a bit awry, but the margins were pretty fine, you know, as we saw these lengthy service holds for both players. But that first 15, 20 minutes is when there was a huge gap.
And Gauff here quickly getting the first 2 points off the board as Jake's deciding to put his heater on in June.
Yeah, I saw that. Ghibli here saying, can Gauff consolidate a break and put some scoreboard pressure on? Well, Yeah, she's not been the front runner in any of these sets. She was behind, obviously, 4-1 with a double break. She fights it back. I guess the time when she was the front runner was in that tie break. So she did have the advantage there. But I think we might see the match go up another level.
Lovely work there from
shape,
Gauff. This is looking like she's going to go 2-love up.
Did that sound like champagne?
It did sound like champagne.
It
For a minute, I thought I was at Wimbledon here.
It's a Radler. Do you know what Radler is, James? Because I can translate if you don't.
Radler. Is that looks like a beer because of how the
It's similar. Basically, it's shandy. The German word for beer. Oh my goodness me, Sabalenka on the backhand side, and we have got to consolidate. The German word for beer is Radler, basically. So yeah. Interestingly, in Hamburg, if you want to order a shandy there, you call it it's a sort of a nickname for a shandy, but it's also like, this is what the locals will say. They call it an Alster Wasser. Now, the Alster is the lake in the middle of Hamburg, basically, that kind of defines the city in some ways. And so it's an Alster Wasser. So it's the name of the lake followed by the word water. Alster. It's an Alster. It's like almost going to somewhere in Scotland and go, I'll have a Loch Ness water, please. And they give you a shandy. Yeah.
Right. Hold on. Then. If you're having a drink, John, I'll go get one.
Yeah, sure. Feel free.
Give me a tip.
So here we go. That's a nice little emoji there that Jay has used. I need to do beer with me, Jake. I need to put the shandy that I'm having on beer with me. Let me see. Where are you? I know shandy's on here somewhere. I think I've created it because you can create your own beers on there. I think I might just put beer because if I don't find shandy on here, I'll have beer. But you guys will know that I'm having shandy. All right, I'll just do beer.
There we go.
There you go. Cheers.
Cheers. I've gone for a Brooklyn pincer.
All right. Okay, 15 all here on the Sabalenka serve.
Gauff would love a double break here. Oh, she's going to get to that.
Oh, that's too much. Just keep it to one break, and it's very much game on in this second set. I mean, by the way, a double break didn't help Aryna in the first set too much, but... yeah, interesting, yeah. I think both players went off court. I know Coco definitely did, and I think Aryna did as well. But neither were off court for very long, by the way. I think it's obvious that Coco went off court, but I was also thinking to myself, Aryna's got to go off court as well. I always think when your opponent goes off court, you know, okay, if I think how many times you're allowed to go off? I think twice in a match, so women can obviously do it.
It's only twice in the best of 5. It's once in the best of 3.
Oh, so once for the women, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
If I was Sabalenka, I probably wouldn't have gone between sets 1 and 2.
Okay.
Just save it just in case you end up needing to do set 3, unless you really do actually need the loo, which the reason they go is that they don't actually need the loo. They just need to
we know that.
Yeah.
40-15. She got an ace there, by the way. I don't remember the last time she got an ace. Felt like a long time ago, probably in the first couple of games. Anyway, 40-15. His second serve. Coco Gauff. Backhand return goes into the net. That's a disappointing return for Coco. And we've got the hold of serve for Aryna. The first time she's held serve in this set. First time she's held serve in a while. Because I think about this. 4-1. She's obviously held serve, okay, some of those previous games. But she gets broken. She gets broken again. She then breaks to then serve for the set. She gets broken. She breaks, gets served. She hasn't held serve for about an hour. Sabalenka. Over an hour, I would say. And I would say from 4-1, all her service games she was broken until now.
Can't wait to hear DK's opinion on the match. Is that Damien?
Yeah, he calls him DK. Yeah, Damien. Yeah, there's only one.
Damien. Is it Kirst on his surname?
Yeah, Kust. Yeah.
Kust.
2-1. Coco leads. So a little bit of pressure here for Coco now, as opposed to 2-love and 15 all. You're thinking, okay. Cantona steps forward, like he's about to take a penalty.
You are.
Mm-hmm. Oh, super competitive, Ghibli, but I think those stats would also back up a little bit lacking in quality at times, but the drama's been high. I mean, there has still been moments, and I just feel as though that's totally fine if it carries on for the whole match, but I also wouldn't be surprised if we start to see less errors from both players as the match goes on.
Go, perfect drop shot.
Sabalenka going for the re-drop, but didn't work at all. Didn't even come close to getting over the net.
I will say something, but I was just seeing a post on X about the fact that pretty much every single grass tournament at the moment is currently being affected by rain in qualifying.
Oh, really? A lot of rain is there across the UK at the moment?
No, across the UK,
the
Netherlands, and in Stuttgart as well.
Oh, Stuttgart's next week as well, is it? Okay.
It'll be here quickly upon us, John.
I mean, it started with 125 challenges. Yeah. But next week we've got the 250s. Yeah, Stuttgart's a 250, right?
Yeah, Stuttgart's a 250. Every tournament next week, barring Queens, is a 250, which Queens being the 500 for the women.
Queens 500 women is next week.
Yeah.
Okay, but Ayala, you said, is playing Ilkley, not the 500.
I believe Ayala's playing Ilkley, the 125 in Ilkley.
Okay. Gauff has gone loose on the forehand. She did have 2 game points at 40-15, but it is 40-30 now. A break back for Aryna Sabalenka here, and bearing in mind she seemed to, at least in the previous game, have her serving mojo back. And once again, it would be the momentum back with the Belarusian, but still a game point here for Coco. Misses on the first serve. Pretty sure that Aryna now will be ready to pounce on this second serve. It's a little more tricky, I think, for her in the ad court, as we can see from her court return position. Very different in the ad court compared to where it was in the deuce court in that first set. Anyway, it's Aryna that goes long. I wonder if she'll regret the fact that she's so deep there for that serve. But anyway,
yeah,
Coco holds 3-1.
I'll tell you something interesting that I picked out when I was I had a look at I was looking at the calendar on the women's side actually for post Wimbledon. Is that usually there's a couple of weeks worth of play events as there is for the men in recent past, but this year it's only 1 week. There's going to be clay 250s for the women.
Okay.
And then it's straight onto the all hard courts from that point onwards. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting to note that they've kind of been gutted a bit this year. Oh, just about that goes out. That goes out.
Oh, dearie me, Aryna Sabalenka. Let's go for a slightly different viewpoint there. Look.
Yes, right.
So, love 15 here, Aryna Sabalenka. Okay, backhand return for Coco. Forehand Aryna. Coco defending well as only she can, but that's gone long from Aryna on the forehand side. Feels like we're going 3, James. It feels like we're going 3, and it'll leave more.
It does feel like 3's on the card, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we would say, if Coco can get a double break here, the set may be over. But as we know, as we know from the first set, double breaks can be, got back.
Okay, Sabalenka here, second serve. Forehand return from Coco to the forehand of Aryna. Really good return from Coco. And Aryna's going to miss-hit that forehand, and we're going to go love 40. Yeah, Gauff has really responded very well to the devastating blow of losing that first set. It's a let.
Quick click on the net.
Love 40. Still a first serve. Where are you going with this? You're going to hit the net and it's going to go long. So it's a second serve at love 40 for Coco Gauff. Wonderful return.
Lovely.
Wonderful.
Lovely from Gauff there, and it's 4-1. God,
Yeah.
this set's really, really quickly gone in one direction.
Really quickly, yeah. So 4-1, double break, just like Aryna had in the first set. Is Coco, though, going to put her foot to the pedal, unlike Aryna, who ceded that advantage? We'll see. (4-1). Sabalenka hasn't been too vocal in her second set woes so far. Maybe testament to it being Gauff doing well for Saba being a bit low energy. Yeah, she does seem to be a little bit off color in this second set. But she managed as well. I mean, talking about mental strength as well of Aryna, the way she recovered from losing the second set to Iga. She just reset. I thought going into that third set that Iga was the favorite. And yet before you knew it, Sabalenka won the set 6-love.
Yeah, it was wild, that score, the way that suddenly changed.
It was Iga who was flat in that third set, which I didn't expect. And today, in this second set, it's Aryna who's been flat. But that's lovely from Aryna. Clenched fist there. She gets love 15 on the first point. I mean...
They ended up missing half of that first point because of an advert still running over the coverage. I didn't realize they were going to start playing that quickly.
I would say it's been about an hour and a half, and I don't know how many service games, but let's say 6, roughly. And Aryna's held once in that spell. There you go. Now she's coming a bit closer to the baseline. Now she's almost inside the baseline. You know, by the time it gets to the hitting point, she'll be inside that baseline. But for that previous one, I thought she was too far back. Oh, wonderful, Coco.
But Coco says, I'll take that and I'll direct.
Oh, that backhand indeed. 15 all. Okay. First serve lands in. Backhand return from Aryna. Now it's again on the backhand, but we're into the rally, are we? No, we're not, because Aryna's going to go long on the backhand side. 30-15. Hold here. And surely we're going 3.
You'd think so. You'd think so. If
consolidate the double break. That's all those double break advantages I mentioned to you, by the way. They were all 4-1. They were 4-1 for Keys, 4-1 for Gauff, 4-1 for Aryna. On 2 occasions, 4-1 for Aryna, because once against Iga. They were all double breaks, but none of them were consolidated. Backhand return from Aryna. Forehand Sabalenka into the forehand of Coco. Stay on that side, Aryna. Yes, she's doing so, and she's going to force the error on that occasion. 30 all. Okay. Backhand return here for Aryna. It's going to be short. Drop shot from Coco is not going to work, but is Aryna going to put it away? No. She's going to hit the top of the tape, and it's going to land back on her side.
It was quite comical. It was really comical the way it just like boinged off the top.
Yeah,
of the
I
net
thought it was going to
fell
boing
back.
and go over. Yeah. Unforced errors in this set. 15 from Sabalenka, 4 from Coco. I do think Coco's stepped up a little bit. And
She
for
has
sure...
incredibly well.
Ooh, the drop shot from Coco doesn't work. As it left her racket, I just watching obviously on the 2D screen, I'm thinking, okay, that's going over, and Aryna's never getting it. But it didn't go over. So she didn't need to get it.
I was going to say, it's incredible the resilience Coco has shown here at the moment. Most normal players would crumble.
Has she gone long on the forehand? I think she has. We've got a break point, Sabalenka.
Yeah, most normal players would have crumbled after losing a set like that, the way it did in the first set.
It was Ghibli 4-1 Sabalenka with 2 breaks. Ghibli, honestly, I've watched so much tennis in the last 4 or 5 days, and everyone seems to be 4-1 double break ups, and it doesn't mean anything. And I just keep seeing it time and time again. Am I going to see it time and time again?
It's the beauty of the surface is that, you know, it enables the most amount of breaks.
Yeah. It was aided and abetted the other day by the closure of the roof, which made it even slower. And yet today, of course, we've had an open roof. But if Coco was to consolidate, is that an ace? Advantage Coco Gauff, game point for 5-1. None of those 4-1s that I've been mentioning, Ghibli, by the way, have been backed up to make it 5-1. Madison Keys, as I say, had 4-1. That came and went. Coco Gauff had 4-1. That came and went. And now Sabalenka has had it twice in the last few days. Coco
just hit the ball for a winner.
She's saying what you're saying, but I understand it. It was almost an absolute genius play. But she's thinking like you, why didn't I just whack it on the rise? And she does whack it on the rise with probably better than anyone else. You know, if you Google Coco Gauff French Open, half of her pictures are her like somewhere in midair, you know, hitting a shot. And there she does exactly that. She's not won the point outright yet, but no! Coco Gauff. Having watched she did in the previous point, she decided, I'm not doing it again, and I'm just going to whack it or be aggressive. And that's exactly what she did. Sabalenka did really well to defend it, but she had such an easy backhand at the net that she dumped into the net. Aryna, good depth on the return. Now Aryna's... but Aryna, of course, she today just can't attack on that backhand side. Yeah, neither works, Ghibli, indeed. Deuce. That's my guests opening a beer there, not me on that occasion. Lovely forehand from Coco.
You've gone through your shandy quite quickly.
Ooh. Coco similar. It was a trickier pickup there because the bounce was quite low. Breakpoint Aryna Sabalenka. Are we still on the same time? Because my stream, as it goes on during the match, tends to sort of slow down a bit, and I tend to get a bit further behind. But we're still pretty much together, right?
It sounds like we're still pretty much together.
Okay.
Goes, good get. Goes the drop shot.
Aryna's got it. She's got the break.
One of the breaks is back.
Jesus.
This is
how I know.
Is this going to be a mirror of the first set?
Except the other way around. I'm a mirror. I'm a broken record. Madison Keys 4-1. Coco Gauff wins 5 games in a row. Doesn't matter. You know, the double break doesn't matter. Coco Gauff in the next set 4-1. Keys reels are into 4-all. 2 days ago, Sabalenka 4-1 up against Iga. Iga wins 4 games in a row, and suddenly it's 5-4 Iga. Today, Sabalenka 4-1 up, and Coco wins 3 games in a row. You know, these double break advantages are just nonsense. But now Aryna has to hold, and you know how difficult she's found that in the last. Look at that backhand down the line from Coco Gauff.
Look what happens when you actually go for a normal backhand, Coco.
Now she finds the backhand down the line, as Ghibli says. Charming backhand, Jake. Choosing his adjective carefully. That first serve is wide and wild. Okay, backhand here from Aryna into the backhand of Coco. I think we know who's going to win that dynamic, and it is exactly Coco Gauff. Love 30. Sabalenka just cannot hold to save her life.
It's struggle after struggle on that.
She's held once, honestly, since about 4 o'clock, maybe even before. Forehand return, backhand from Sabalenka's into the net. She can't hit her backhands either. She can't hit first serve, she can't hit backhands, and she can't hold serve. That's going to be a problem if you want to win the tennis match.
So is Coco going to get a double break advantage back here? 3 chances to do so.
James, we've got a wonderful comment, a wonderful compliment in the live chat here, by the way, telling us how amazing we are. I might leave that on the screen. Oh, Sabalenka's gone long. And we have got the break of serve again. 5-2. Coco Gauff is going to serve for this second set. All those 4-1 advantages, by the way, they were reeled in pretty quickly, whereas this time Coco's got the re-break.
Right, so one game away from potentially the third set here.
Just looking at Jake's response to the other Jake. Yeah. Sabalenka needs some water. She needs something right now.
Well, she needs to hold serve. And I can't believe I'll be saying that about Aryna Sabalenka, is that she needs to hold serve.
I know.
I don't think I've ever watched a tennis match where she's been broken as often as this.
No. Not even on the prison clay.
Like, it's one of the elements of her game you can be most reliant on is her ability to hold serve.
Yeah, especially in the last couple of years. Will we get to 16,000? Oh, good return there, Aryna. She's going to chase this down. She is. Oh, it's the right play from Coco. I mean, obviously, she's drives through her there, but Aryna's not super happy with it. But I think she's more unhappy because she lost the point. I didn't dislike what Aryna did there in terms of the play that she made, because I've seen Coco mess up from that position quite a few times today.
Well, that goes long. I mean, that's just lack of concentration there from Sabalenka on that return.
I think Sabalenka's held just twice in the entire match. I think she got to 4-1, but two of those. Oh no! So she got to 4-1 with 2 holds and 2 breaks. So she's held serve 3 times. She's held serve 3 times. That's I don't know about Coco, but that's Sabalenka. Coco maybe 4 times she's held.
Cross-court exchange goes wide from Sabalenka. I mean, this is the perfect Gauff service game.
So I think we've had seven holds. I think from 6 and 6 is 12. Add 7, 19. I think we've had 7 holds from 19 games. I think. Anyway, are we going to get an 8th hold here as we are in the 20th game? 40 love Coco. Backhand return from Aryna Sabalenka. She doesn't like to get too far inside on that ad side. Sabalenka on the defense. Coco, can she put this away? Sabalenka, now she's going to have a smash.
Yes,
she's surely going to put it away. She wins the second set. Coco Gauff, 1 set all. Here we go. We're going 3, ladies and gentlemen.
It will be a deciding set to decide who wins the 2025 Roland Garros Ladies Singles Championships.
The lunchbox is out. The Tupperware for Coco
The
Gauff.
fruit salad is being inhaled.
Yeah.
And in quite quick succession, actually, given the fact that the first set took 18 minutes.
Yeah, that was like 35, maybe 35.
Around about just over half an hour it took for Coco to make it level. Yeah, around about 32 minutes it took. 33 minutes. The crowd will be happy. They will be getting a match that will go over 2 hours, that will have the drama.
So, Coco's fans are much happier as we go into a third set. Who's favourite right now?
Coco. You've got to say Coco based on how that second set ended.
Okay. In that second set alone, one ace each. Aryna Sabalenka 19 unforced errors, Coco 9. Aryna Sabalenka 6 winners across 8 games, 9 winners for Coco Gauff. Sabalenka not as ruthless on break points, 1 as well. She won 1 from 3. Coco won 3 out of 4. Jake is still just leaning Sabalenka. What's this, Ghibli? The second set winner. There's a stat about winning in best of 3 and the second set winner. Yeah, and I guess it leans quite heavily, Ghibli, towards the second set winner. When I say quite heavily, somewhere around about 60%.
Wow, we're going straight into set 3. Yeah, I thought we'd have a bit of a longer break.
Maybe, as you said, both players had their off-court moment at the end of the first set, so they can't.
Yeah, they can't. They're both
smash for Aryna. That's decisive. It's almost like she's saying for F's sake, like in terms of where she's been at the last hour. Yeah. Okay. So 15 love is 1 point, but maybe it's an indication of intent here. Are we going to see a bunch of holds now after so many breaks? Are we going to see both players like go on a streak of holds? Aryna, that's a lovely volley, Aryna Sabalenka, 30 love.
It's certainly what you think Aryna needs at the start of the first. A straightforward hold would just settle her into this set.
So Sabalenka, of course, we were talking about the number of slam finals that she's won and lost. She's won 3 and lost 2. The 2 that she has lost have both been 3-setters, but were slightly different because, of course, it's a good return.
Wasn't the Coco one in straights?
No, I thought it was 3 sets. Sabalenka won the first set, I think. Sabalenka goes on the set, and she.
My memory of that was that it was Coco in straights, wasn't it? Unless, no, I could be wrong.
I think Aryna won the first set before going down. Aryna won the first set 6-2, but then lost the next 2 sets, 6-3 and 6-2. So it was a 3-set.
Ignore me.
Yeah, don't worry. No, I mean, a million times I get these things wrong too. Has that drive volley landed in? I think it did. Yeah, 40-15.
Because we know with the Grand Slams that Sabalenka has won, 2 of them were straight sets. That was one against Zheng in Australia, and the second one, and the straight sets, quite tight 2 straight sets in the US Open against Pegula. Whereas the Rybakina one was 3 sets, and she was
Sabalenka. The tiger is back, is it? The tiger is back. She screams almost in relief that she can hold serve for just the second time in living memory. 3 minutes on the clock for this third set. 1 love, she leads. Yeah. But what I was just trying to think as well is the final defeats that Sabalenka has had this year, because she's been in so many that she's lost quite a few as well. I'm going to have a look at her 2025.
Because she lost Australia. At the final. She lost the Indian Wells final to Mira Andreeva. Then she won the Miami final, beating.
Just quickly, she won Brisbane. Okay, the Brisbane final. She needed 3 sets. She lost the 3-set final in Australia. She then lost to Mira Andreeva in a final, but then she beats Jessica Pegula in a final in straight sets. She loses a final to Ostapenko in straights, and of course she beats Coco in Madrid also in a final. So, and the Coco Gauff final here is pending. Well, Coco, as I said, we might just wonder if we might get a few holds in this third set because she's up 30 love.
mean, that was a weird tournament at Brisbane. Basically, the entire draw fell apart, and she just basically walked through it.
Yeah.
It probably actually didn't help her in the end of how easy that draw became.
Okay, backhand to backhand. Coco, though, is going to rely on a Sabalenka error there, and it's 40 love. And again, that error was on the backhand side. Yeah, I think I make Coco the slight favourite as well. But I also made Iga the slight favourite on Thursday, going into the third set. I just think Coco's just better on serve right now. Stay on that force. Oh, Aryna's gone long, has she? That looked like it landed into me.
I thought it went long.
But I think Coco stopped the point, so... Yeah, it has gone long, you're right. So, 1-1. And a very comfortable hold for Coco. I think that's back-to-back service games now where she hasn't lost a point.
That's really important to be able to start doing them regularly against Sabalenka. Just takes the pressure off you slightly.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
At the early stages here, you would say that Gauff has the advantage, potentially try and get an early break. But if this continues of a hold serve as they go through the match, it then goes to Sabalenka's favour.
Sabalenka has to be putting those +1s away, and she does there. And she wasn't for large parts of even the first set, but especially the second set. So many times Aryna would be up in the rally and just she'd dump a forehand, for example, into the net. Well, Ghibli, yeah. On the year's form, surely. Well, yeah, I get it, but I just feel as though the year is maybe less important than the moment. But that's extremely subjective, I know. Good defense there from Coco. Coco chasing this down.
The lob again.
What's she going to do here? She's going to try the Aryna. And Coco wins the comfortable volley at the net. 15-all. Yeah, I think that's it, Ghibli. I mean, I totally get it that if you want to look at the year as a whole, of course, Aryna's had the better year. But if you put it as a microcosm of the last 4 weeks, so we put Madrid and Rome together, Gauff got to 2 finals, Sabalenka won 1, not the other quarterfinal.
An interesting stat I saw that actually shows how dominant Sabalenka has been this year and consistent in the big events is that if she does win this match, she will only be just over 500 points off automatic qualification for the WTA finals already.
Wow. And she's won that next point. Wow, yeah. I mean, she's got it done anyway, basically.
I mean, yeah. She's definitely going to be there. But
yeah, I know what you mean.
To get over the line this early in the season would be remarkable.
Okay. 30-15. Forehand return here from Coco. Forehand from Sabalenka. Forehand from Coco. Drop shot Sabalenka. It's going to put her in a good position to win the point.
And
but she's out. Backhand cross court and it's 30-all. Yeah, basically, Ghibli, in short, I just put more emphasis on the last 2 hours than the last 6 months. Okay. Sabalenka probably should have won that point and maybe needed to win that point. It would have just 40-15. It just mean a bit of relaxation for her. She gets the first serve there, but Coco deals with it. Coco's on the forehand. She's dealing with this. Just stay on that forehand maybe. But she does go to the backhand now. Backhand cross court. Backhand Coco.
The line.
Forehand now into the backhand of Sabalenka. Slice goes into the net.
Slices it into the net. Slices it into the net. This is getting so tense that somebody in Coco's Gauff's box is now taking out her AirPods.
Yeah. Yeah, break point, Coco Gauff. I think when you look at big picture stuff, Ghibli, then you can say recency bias. That's when recency bias is relevant. That's when it becomes a case. When we talk about big picture stuff, who's the greatest of all time, who's the best grass court player, who's had the better year, I don't know, whatever. Then you go, you're just focusing on the last 2 weeks, and you're like, yep, you're right, Giggly, I am. But when you're talking about a one-off match,
double fault.
She's double faulted.
Well, I don't know why she's chastising to a box. They didn't hit that shot.
The coach is smiling still.
Oh, wow. Double fault to give up the break. As we get told that this match is uninterrupted coverage of this match has been given to us by Rolex.
They interrupt you to tell you that they're being uninterrupted.
Yeah. It's like I like this, and they did this again in Australia, and I quite like that. Obviously, Rolex have got that sorted with some partners.
Still, Jake making Aryna the just marginal favourite. I would say from the way Coco was
Jake, 50.1 to 49.9 Sabalenka.
Yeah. Oh, I'm with you, Ghibli. I'd be stunned if there aren't more breaks. But I just don't know. I don't necessarily think that Sabalenka's holding serve for the rest of the match.
You've got to feel there'll be a service game that Coco ends up wobbling on a bit.
Oh, for sure. Even if they both hold now, let's just say they do get 2 or 3 holds in a row each, and then Coco's serving for the match, Yeah.
I mean, Coco would love the fact that he said, okay, no more breaks now between here and the end of the match. You're like, yeah, I'll take that.
Of course you would. Yeah, you've won the title. Yeah.
This is going to be important. See how Coco can a bit of a wild one now, because this is where the nerves start jangling a bit.
Yeah. For the first time, she is officially in front in this match. Well, I guess she was in front in the 4-2 moment in the first set tiebreak, but you know what I mean? In terms of games, we are now at Coco leading this match for the first time. Sabalenka, yeah.
Lovely forehand down the line. Sabalenka just cannot deal with this anymore.
Yeah.
This is turning into exactly what that Madison Keys match was. Tight first set being lost, but Coco roaring on in sets 2 and 3.
And one of the reasons I was looking as well at the defeats that Sabalenka had in finals this year is I just feel as there's been a lot of pretty painful ones where she was very, very close, or she was in charge. Okay, Australian double fault, Coco 15-all. Okay, she was behind. She lost the first set to Madison Keys, but once she won the second set, and she was just off it in that first set, Aryna. But once she found her level in the second set, you just thought, okay, she's going to go on and win this. And of course, she only lost it by a couple of points in terms of the fact that she lost it when she was, serving. I think at 5-6 was it maybe in the deciding set. I think it was 5-6, and she loses her serve. Also, Mira Andreeva, she is in charge of that final, so much that it sort of was like, I don't understand how I've lost this match. So those 2 finals in particular, the Ostapenko one, she was always sort of fighting a losing battle, if you like. But, yeah. Forehand return here from Sabalenka's long.
These are wild. I know she's the tiger, but this is beyond wild.
She knows she has to win points quickly.
Yeah.
She did it against Iga over the course of the match. She was getting better looks at the Iga serve. She was able to kill both first and second serve, especially with the indoor conditions.
I mean, this will be a bit of a gut puncher for her if this ends up going the way it's currently going. She spent so much energy and effort getting a huge win over Iga at Roland Garros, only to come up short in the final.
Ghibli's right. Tennis is always shifting, and a double fault. Coco Gauff.
The nerves are definitely there for Coco. The nerves are definitely there. You certainly feel that she still looks okay potentially to try and hold serve here, but you certainly feel as though she needs that insurance break.
Jake here, by the way, totally right. Rain Man with Dustin Hoffman, one of the best films. Absolutely. 40-30, game point still here for Coco. Forehand return from Aryna. That lands in at last, but she's into the rally. Cross court there, backhand. Drop shot from Coco. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that Aryna was going to dump that into the net, as she's done so many times today.
She's halfway home in the set.
So, I mean, I'm just going, Ghibli, on the evidence that I've seen today over 2 hours and 7 minutes. And the evidence to me over 2 hours and 7 minutes suggested that Aryna was going to dump that into the net. And what did she do? She dumped it into the net. 1-3. She's held serve twice over the last hour.
Sabalenka has to hold here. Otherwise, Coco could just run away with this.
I mean,
she's a perfect start for Coco. She is feeling it.
I mean, Gauff as well has only been broken once. She's only been broken once over the last hour and a half. And that was, as it turned out, not that costly a break in the previous set. And she's holding. And the only points that Aryna's winning on the Coco serve are sort of double faults. That's good from Aryna. 15 all.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say Sabalenka is choking this.
Not yet.
Don't think that's a fair assessment. She's not like she's serving for the title and loses it. Like that's choking.
Who are the best three defenders? Gauff for sure. Maybe Mina Andreeva. I like the way Mina can turn defense into attack in particular. Eager to some extent. Good return. Coco forcing the error off the Sabalenka backhand. 15-30. 15-30.
If you're Sabalenka here, you just cannot panic. It's so easy for her to panic right now.
Okay. Second serve, 15-30. Where are we going with this? Backhand return from Coco. It's gone long. Aryna's got out of jail there a little bit.
That's a freebie.
Yeah, definitely.
Gauff, you don't want to be giving freebies like that to Sabalenka right now.
30 all. 2 hours and 10 minutes for this match so far. Where are you going with this first serve? She's got it in at least into the Coco forehand. Oh, this is huge.
Oh, and she hits it
on the line.
Oh, it was on the line. I thought that was long.
Yeah, I thought it might have been, but I think it was on the line. Well, we're still playing the points. It must have been.
Coco.
Here we go. She clips the net with that backhand as oh no, Aryna.
Is it going in? It's going in.
Sitting duck. Sitting duck.
Threads the needle.
30-40.
Dustin
Hoffman applauding.
1 point away there from a very crucial insurance break.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We've got US Open final vibes here as well, with obviously the match getting away from Aryna there, having won the first set, losing the second set, winning just 5 games across the 2 sets.
I mean, if you could find the matches that you're going to beat Sabalenka in, if you can make 2 of them in Grand Slam finals, that's pretty good going.
Yeah. Of course, it's a 5-5 head-to-head. But yes, this is their second meeting of Grand Slam final, and Coco won the previous one. Good serve down the tee. Oh, I thought that... No,
I thought...
Aryna thought it landed in. Oh, it did land in. It did land in. Juice.
That must have been tight. I thought that was long. Oh, yeah, I thought that was wide.
First serve. I thought watching it landed in, but then... Anyway, whatever. Here we are. Juice. It's a good time to bring up a pinpoint serve. Save a break point. And as Ghibli said in the chat, shifts. You know, she suddenly holds here, and then it's a wafer-thin advantage for Coco. Forehand slice from Coco. That drop shot's not going to help you, Aryna. That drop shot's not going to help you at all. It's just poorly executed. Break point, Coco Gauff for 4-1. Okay. Break point number 2 in this game. Break point for 4-1. Sabalenka here serving 1-3. 20-6 local time. Where are you going with this serve, Aryna? You are going into the backhand. You land your first serve in. Backhand down the line should be enough, and it is for Sabalenka to save another break point. Some depths that she can still just dig to, I think. Deuce here. Lots of celebs in the crowd, Sean. Dustin Hoffman, Eric Cantona, Damien Kust. Okay, Sabalenka here serving at deuce. Where are you going with this one? You are going down the line at the backhand of Coco, and she's gone long. Good serving here from Aryna, these last 2 or 3 points.
As you say, could...
Saba can do it, Ghibli. Ghibli still believes.
It's still very possible. She holds here. There's only one break, and it's still early in the third.
It becomes thin then. As I say, I call it wafer thin. Maybe it'd be a bit thicker than wafer thin, but still a pretty slim advantage anyway. Yeah, Cantona is there, Zhao. Anyway, game point here, Aryna Sabalenka. Where are you going with this serve? Well, still the breeze is there.
The wind is really still affecting her.
Yeah. Where are you going with this? You are going into the backhand of Coco, which has gone long. A few times Coco's gone long on that backhand side.
Will she live to regret some of those chances that she didn't take?
Indeed. I wonder if Cantona indeed is thinking of the sardines. Ghibli, did you hear me say I did the whole quote earlier from Cantona, which of course he was referring to journalists, who were there, obviously crowded at that press conference. And the seagulls were the journalists, or the journalists were the seagulls. And I guess he was a sardine that was being tossed into the sea. Sabalenka there does roar as she holds for 2-3. Look at John making up new terminologies. No, Nerlan, I'm actually quoting something from the 90s when you were like -8. Go back to your cat memes on Twitter. 2-3. I just think in terms of like somebody's obviously suggestion about choking her, I just think it's just Coco's game is at times when she gets her foot into a match, as she started to do pretty much from 4-1 in that first set. It was just too big a deficit to make up, as it turned out.
Yeah, interestingly, it's got that dark. They put the lights on.
Oh yeah, but that's pretty quick, right?
I don't know
Maybe
if the clouds above them are getting really. I don't know if the clouds above them are getting really quite thick.
Yeah. Okay, you want to play that game, Coco? You want to play that game, but can Aryna put this away? She's missed so many of these today. She's going to have to do another one, and she does. That's the thing. Coco makes me another ball, but she does put it away. Love 15. Here we go.
I thought somebody was at your door there.
No, it was just me tapping on the table. Do occasionally get doorbells ringing while I'm commentating.
Somebody at the door.
We probably need this to go to a third set tiebreak if we're going to get to 16,200, I think. I think we might run out of time otherwise. Double fault! Oh, and they were both unlucky. I think they both clipped the net cord. And that second one took a very strange change of direction. Love 30. Sabalenka can't win points normally on the Coco Gauff serve, but she can win points when she keeps double faulting. It's one way of breaking serve.
Into the net there from Saba.
On the backhand side and fails again.
Two easy points there for for Coco Gauff. get it back to 30 all. Gauff will do determined here. She does not want to be giving up her break.
30 all now.
Goes up wide. Oh, terrible clip. Oh,
Oh,
terrible.
you lucky bleeder, Aryna Sabalenka. Break point
Lucked
for 3
out
all.
there. Lucked out there. A lot there. So now has a break point chance.
How close was she to going down a double break? Well, anyway, let's see if she breaks here, first of all. Oh, that first serve from Coco would not be filling you full of confidence if you were supporting her today. 30-40. Forehand return is really good. Coco, but she's dealt with that forehand, which is not always the case, as we know. She's not dealt with the backhand, and we're back on serve.
First, we are now 3 all in the third. Wow. This match is still got a lot of legs left to go.
Yeah. Wow. 3 all. But can Aryna hold?
That's
been a huge story.
That's the big question here.
Yeah, and she's missed on the first serve. No, she hasn't, Ghibli, but I don't think we need to be conspiracy theories on that one. Forehand return here from Coco. It was a decent second serve from Aryna. Just stick. Oh, but she's going into the backhand of Coco. I think she's got to go down the line. She does into the forehand. Go down the line again. Drop shot, though, goes into the net. What are you doing there, Aryna? You're not. That's not the right play for that shot. Just go down the line with margin and see how Coco deals with it on the forehand side.
Coco would love to get a break back quite quickly here.
Love 15. Backhand return from Coco into the backhand of Aryna. And of course,
make that love 30. Make that love 30.
She's got to go with more margin on that right now because it's just not worked for her all day. Love 30. Goes long with the first serve. Yeah, but with margin, she doesn't need to be a good defender. She can just sort of defend normally, if you like. And Aryna will get... Oh, it's a double fault. Love 40.
Love 40. She's about to give it back. She's about to give it back.
Indeed, Ali. Indeed. Love 40. Where are you going with this serve? You landed it in at the very least. Backhand into the forehand of Coco, which is not bad from Coco. She's dealing with the forehands right now. She's also taken it easy on that forehand. Ooh. Low net clearance there as well. Drop shot from Aryna's not enough, and it's going to lose her the game. 4-3. Coco leads with a break once more.
She's got the break back. 2 more games. 2 more games from French Open glory.
As Ghibli says, who knows will hold? Who knows who will hold? Where's your alter ego gone, Jake? Let's get his comment up on the screen again. Let me scroll back and find you're the devil inside, Jakey. Okay, where are you? Such a long time ago. Can't find it. Someone here called Ramin. Coco will smoke, Aryna. Okay, I missed that one. Well, we'll see. It's not exactly smoking right now. Oh, we always get some funny comments. Nerlan is back all of a sudden. from the
Why
abyss.
does it have Ghost in the chat? I wonder where he's gone to.
Yeah, as well, because I know he's a fan of Sabalenka, for example, and he's always a fan of the American players as well. Here we go, Jake. There we go.
I mean, was it a case that when Stearns got knocked out first round that he kind of just basically sacked off the entire tournament?
Okay, 4-3 Gauff serving.
And it's a double fault. You can't write this. You can't write this.
Who wants to win a French Open title? Step forward now.
Put your hands up. No, none of you? Okay.
Yeah, just get him in. But even Aryna, I know she's getting frustrated by some of these longer rallies. But Coco's not... Oh, there's an ace down the tee. Aryna's going to question it. There'd be more Ghibli frustration if the umpire came out the chair and checked it in favour of Coco. Yeah. 15 all. She lands that one in. Forehand return. Drop shot. No, it's a forehand slice, sorry, from Coco. Backhand now to backhand into the forehand of Coco. That's got plenty of height on it. Aryna deals with it. Drop shot there from Coco. Is not going to win the point outright. It's going to ultimately win the point. Volley there from Aryna, though. I thought that was going to go back over the net there. And boy, oh boy, that would have been an unbelievable point for Sabalenka to win. But she doesn't win it. And it's 30-15 Coco Gauff.
Oh, he just took a bit over the net as well, one of those points.
If Sabalenka doesn't win the title today, does she ever win a French Open? I'm not sure. I don't think there's lots of opportunities out there for her. I think Coco's chances will come again because she's so good on this surface. And plus, she's a few years younger as well. Anyway, that's a conversation maybe for a bit later on. Second serve here, Coco Gauff. Just get it in. Just do an underarm. Just get it in. Yeah. Make Aryna make the error.
Backhand. Good second serve.
Forehand from
that was a phenomenal second serve.
2 game points. Forehand winner.
It's the perfect way to get to 5-3 right now because she'll then have an opportunity to try and get the match on Sabalenka's serve.
2 chances.
2 chances, and one of them on Sabalenka's serve, crucially, just to take some of that pressure off her own serve.
Yeah. If she has to serve it out, and suddenly you're going, it's probably
shaky.
Today, it's probably only 60-40. Anyway, here we go. 40-15. Good second serve there from Coco. Aryna here goes long on the backhand.
It doesn't matter. What a backhand winner!
5-3.
Everything is going right for Coco and is now 5-3 up, 1 game away from her second ever Grand Slam and her first ever at the French.
2 Grand Slam finals this year for Aryna Sabalenka. Is it going to be 2-3 set losses in epics and marathons? Well, we'll see.
Americans.
Indeed, both against Americans as well. 3-5, Sabalenka serving. Where are you going with this serve? 2 hours, 26 minutes on the clock. Force her to serve it out. Goes down the tee. Backhand return. Forehand from Sabalenka. Comes into the net. Does she put the backhand away? She does. It was a nervy, tentative backhand volley, but it was just beyond the outstretch of even Coco Gauff. 15 love. Get your first serves in here, Aryna will be saying to herself. Just get 3 or 4 first serves in and make a Coco serve it out. She gets a first serve in there, but with just clip the net, I think. So we're going to have another first serve. Ghibli here asking for 4 aces or perhaps 4 return winners. Yeah, no margins there. All or nothing. 15 love. Those of you just tuning in, you thought I was going to say love 15. You'd have been really panicking if you're a Sabalenka fan. 15 love here. Where's she going to serve with this one? Goes long. So it's going to be a second serve. Aryna dropped her racket. I don't know if that's a sign of anxiety. Just a slippery racket, perhaps.
Essentially, yeah, she probably has a lot of sweat on her hands.
Indeed. Where are we going with this? Backhand return. Backhand from Sabalenka has got decent depth on it, but of course Coco remains in the rally. Of course she stays in the rally. We know how these longer rallies normally pan out. Aryna gets
they have.
She's lamenting a bounce there, but ultimately she got herself.
And what was really notable from that point there was just Coco was constantly going to her backhand. Like even when it looked as though going cross court or going down the line from where Coco Gauff was the better move, she was sticking with the backhand exchanges.
15 all here. Sabalenka to serve. Goes long and wide on that first serve. 66 unforced errors from Sabalenka. I said if we went 3, especially if we go to a third set tiebreak, she'll be pushing 100. We'll see how that pans out. 66 from her and 30 from Coco. Forehand here to forehand. Maybe just stay on that forehand side. She does. That's right. That's the right play, Sabalenka, with a bit more margin as well. 30-15. Just you wait, says Ghibli regarding Nerland's certainty that Coco Gauff is going to win this match. She's never going to make an error again, suggests Ghibli. For those of you just tuning in, please do hit that subscribe button just below the screen, and you will see that number there tick over. You can do a little dance. Forehand here from Sabalenka is decent, but it's not won the point yet. Coco Gauff chasing these down, going from side to side, but we know how she loves to do that. Now it's Sabalenka on the backhand, which she doesn't want to be on, but it doesn't matter.
Just Russia. She just Russia.
40-15. Do we have one more twist in the tail of this dramatic French Open final? Coco serving for it could be so much fun. Wow. Depends. I think for Coco, maybe not that much fun. Oh, someone's just hit subscribe. Thank you very much for that. Okay, Sabalenka here serving. 2 game points. Forehand return. Forehand from Sabalenka is going to go long. 40-30. Semisonic closing time. Could be closing time. As in closing, can Coco close it out? Well, she might not have to just yet. 40-30. Sabalenka serving. Still got a game point. Still a game point here, but we get to deuce, and suddenly Coco's 2 points from the title. Coco on the cusp, says Washu. Well, I think at deuce we can say that. Second serve. Second serve. Right now, Coco needs to win 3 points in a row to win the title. Is it going to be 2 points in a row? Well, if she double faults here, she doesn't. Backhand return. Backhand from Aryna. Forehand from Coco.
Oh, but that's out from
backhand again from that neutral position on the rise. She's missed so many of those backhands today, and it is deuce. Now I think we can say Coco.
I mean, it is worth noting how the wind has really played a factor in this match.
2 points away from winning her first French Open title. Her second French Open final. Sabalenka's first, of course. There's the trophy. You can almost touch it.
There's the silverware.
Down the tee, good serve from Aryna, but can she put this volley away? Not outright. Coco's going to make her hit another shot, or is she? No, it's going to land out.
Oh, that would have been so cool.
That would have been a nervy backhand, probably across court. I think she'd have gone, but anyway, game point. Aryna Sabalenka. She's a point away from making Coco try and serve it out. Coco would just love to get it done right now, and Aryna Sabalenka knows it. Sabalenka to serve. Where are you going with this? You're going out wide, but you're going to miss the first serve. Of course you are. Okay. Where are you going now, Sabalenka? You are going to serve down the middle, almost pretty much. Anyway, forehand here for Sabalenka. Into the forehand of Coco. Probably stay on that forehand, but good idea. Nice. Change of direction. That was an unerring winner. She's hit not enough of those today. And we're going to go to another one. Going to go to a final game.
We are indeed.
Okay.
Oh, I can hear church bells around you.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
Reminded, this last set is brought to you uninterrupted coverage of the deciding set by Rolex.
We are definitely uninterrupted, apart from those church bells.
Yeah.
Coco, James, is she serving out? Yes or no?
Ooh, yes, but I don't think it's going to be pretty.
I think yes, just because she's been the one who served pretty well over the last hour and a half. Yes, she has been broken, but she's been all right. It's just the double faults. She's hitting 2 double faults every game. You're going to get broken every now and again. But Aryna can't win points when she lands it in, as she does there.
And that's how you want to start. That's how you want to start. Get that first point on the board.
I didn't jinx it, Ali. I've said Coco will serve it out, and she's 15 love. Okay, time to close it, says Jake. Indeed. Let's see if she can. Backhand return. She's landing these first serves in. Sabalenka now. She's got to win this point. Surely, Aryna. She does. Wow, what reflexes at the net to just adjust her body. That was a really difficult volley. What a volley, says Ghibli, and you're absolutely right. Iga and Sabalenka's downfall will be the beginning of Coco's dominance. Let's see. I'm not so sure. I think Aryna will be the favourite at Wimbledon for sure. Okay. 15 all. Second serve. Coco's managed to get 2 first serves in, but not this time. She suddenly becomes 15-30, and we're looking entirely... Oh, good return of serve. Sabalenka. Bringing back some memories from the beginning of this match, and maybe even the Iga encounter. Look at Coco's mother there, who's just... a bag of nerves, understandably. Can her daughter keep her composure? We'll see. 15-30. She gets her first serve.
Great serve out wide.
3 first serves out of 4. 3 first serves out of 4, James.
Oh, Jesus. We're over 2 points away from her being the champion, or 2 points away from...
Yeah. 2 points again. She was 2 points on the Aryna serve. She's yet to have a match point. Again, she lands the first serve. Takes a funny bounce, but she's not in charge of the rally just yet. But then she rarely is. She doesn't need to be. What's Aryna going to do? Redrop there. It's not going to work. She's going to have a match point. Match point indeed, Ghibli. This could be one of the last chances to hit subscribe. So please do hit that subscribe button, and you will see that number tick over. And you'll know that that was you. And you could do a little dance. No, you have made a difference.
Championship point here.
Championship point here, yeah. I'll talk us through this one, James. 40-30 here. Where are you going to go with this serve, Coco? You're sort of just poising yourself. Your first championship point to win your first French Open crowd. A little hesitancy here. What are we going to do? Are we going to get the first serve in? We are. Forehand return from Aryna is unbelievable. It's an unbelievable return. If you could choose a spot on the court, that's the exact spot that you would hit. And she hit it. No lacking in bravery from Aryna there. Deuce.
I mean, there was a lot of people were shouting out thinking that had just gone long.
No. But another first serve lands in from Coco. On the forehand, though. Maybe keep her on the forehand. Aryna thought about coming into the net there. Didn't do so. She's going to come into the net now, and she's got a break point. Wow. Break point, Aryna Sabalenka. The match that just keeps on giving. James there looking pretty anxious.
I'm just amazed.
Okay, where are you going with this? So now she doesn't get she's got so many first serves in this game. Don't double fault.
Wow, she's really
there. That's where you need to be, Aryna. That's where you need to be on the return. Forehand return is going to be big. It's going to be wide. Use.
It's go big or go home from Sabalenka, and at times it works, and at times it doesn't.
But I think it's the right ploy, Jake.
The bum can't look.
I know. Deuce. I think she's got to go for that return. It was there to be hit.
Yeah, it's what we're going to get at the moment. It's just going to have an absolutely twatting returns.
Oh, my God, the tension. Yes, indeed. Deuce. First serve this time does land in. Oh, but Aryna doesn't do enough on that return at all. Nets her return, and it's going to be the second match point for Coco Gauff. I think they just need an error from Sabalenka.
They do. They need to force some sort of error. I'd say I'd do a body serve here if I were her.
First serve lands in again. Aryna is short on that, but it doesn't matter. Stay on the forehand side. Loopy. Oh, it landed in. Coco comes into the net. Backhand cross court.
It's out.
And Coco Gauff wins her first ever French Open title. I think Aryna thought that the shot from Coco was going to go long, but it didn't. It landed in. It caught Aryna out. The rally lasted a bit longer. Aryna, of course, as she's had to do, she's had to bring the aggression. She brought it on that last point. She brought it on so many other points today. But on this occasion, just like she has on so many on the backhand today, we'll think about that shortly. But it missed. And it means that Coco Gauff, you are a French Open winner. She goes to the ground. She's in tears. She does the heart to her, jumping up and down, very giddy box. And she is a French Open title winner. Aryna Sabalenka will have to wait another day. I do think this might have been her best chance, but we'll see as her career pans out. And once again at a Grand Slam final in 2025, Sabalenka is the bridesmaid. And once again, her nemesis in Grand Slam finals is Coco Gauff, just like in the US Open of 2023 when set down there. You and I probably both thought that tiebreak that went the way of Aryna Sabalenka in such dramatic fashion that was going to be it, one way or another, that Sabalenka was going to get over the line. Pre-match, we both thought Aryna would win. I thought that would be a blow too much for Coco to come back from. But give me your thoughts, James.
I mean, such composure at the end, such ability to quickly change up tactics, to bring your best game when most people doubt your ability to serve effectively and to do it correctly. I mean, utterly fantastic from Coco Gauff. I mean, as you say, to lose that first set from being, that 18-minute first set, the one in which you come back from being 2 sets down, then another breakdown, you get to the break again, you get yourself 5-3 up, and you lose it 7-5 in total. To come back from that and to show the domination in sets 2 and 3, I mean, the remarks of an absolutely phenomenal player and 19 years of age, 2 Grand Slam titles, gets herself out of that one slam wonder category, which some people would like to put her into. Well, that ain't happening anymore. And on multiple surfaces, people keep on talking about Gauff as potentially could have, clay as a best surface. Well, yeah, this is starting to really show that more than ever. I mean, a build up to this tournament, a final in Madrid, loses out. A final in Rome, loses out. Shows up and wins the most important thing when it matters the most. And it's just absolutely unbelievable. She obviously loves playing Sabalenka in finals. She'll probably want to play her in a few more finals, and this team tends to be the result. But I am just so over the moon for Coco being able to do this, and yeah, it's just absolutely brilliant.
Indeed, it is. Here we are, just sharing some tweets for you. Coco Gauff wins the French Open, announces BBC Sport. Yeah, I think we know that. It's the second Grand Slam victory of her singles career following her US Open win in 2023. So Coco Gauff is once again in the winner's circle at a Grand Slam, winning 6-7. Oh, sorry, yeah, 6-7, 6-2, 6-4. I will very quickly talk you through and everyone through the match of how it unfolded. Sabalenka came out of the blocks firing. She had won double the number of points of her opponent in those opening exchanges. She raced into a 4-1 lead. But Coco was not done in that first set. She reeled her in, getting those double breaks back, just as she did against Madison Keys in her quarterfinal, and gets it to 4-all. But Aryna breaks again and serves for the first set. She's unable to serve it out. Doesn't matter because Aryna's going to break Coco once more. She doesn't serve it out again. How many chances Aryna Sabalenka going to have to win that first set? Well, when it came to the tiebreak, it was Coco's turn to go in the lead, and she was 4-2 up at the change of ends, and you thought, wow, there's been such a huge momentum shift that now Aryna's going to find it tough to arrest that. However, Aryna dug deep and did get over the line in that first set, unbelievably winning it in 80-odd minutes and winning it 7-6 in that tiebreak by 7 points to 5. But it was Coco who was the tiger almost. The bear had been awoken in the second set, because actually it was Aryna who went off the boil despite winning that first set in such dramatic fashion. And Coco races into a lead of 4-1. She then does get broken back, and you're thinking, okay, here we go again. And yet Coco broke again for 5-2 and ultimately served it out for 6-2. At this stage, the Aryna Sabalenka backhand went missing, and had done for the parts towards the end of the first set as well. And Coco knew it. The backhand, every time Aryna would fire from a neutral position, she was missing on that side. And it was very costly. She also wasn't getting enough first serves in at this point. And Coco started to serve much better. Sabalenka went about over an hour, I think, without holding serve at one point, as she was always vulnerable. Anyway, we go into a third set, and it's Coco who draws first blood. But Aryna this time reels her in. And suddenly you're wondering, okay, are we going to go to a third set tiebreak? Well, Coco breaks again. Then when it comes to serving it out, Coco finally is getting lots of first serves in. But Aryna still had her chances, and we did wonder if she was going to break back once more. In the end, when it came down to the match point, there is a bizarre shot that Coco hits that I think Aryna thinks, because it's not been the most cleanest of strikes from Coco, she thinks it's going to go long. I think it's going to go long. Aryna almost pauses for a second, realizes it's landed it in, and all she can do is just pat it back. Now it's Coco on the attack, and yet she still gives a ball to Aryna that gives Aryna a chance at a passing shot. However, that shot cross court from Aryna ends up landing just out. Coco falls to the floor, knowing that she has won her first ever French Open. The stats from this set, James, by the way, we had 3 aces off the racket of Coco, 2 from Aryna Sabalenka. First serve percentages in are fine for both players. 59 for Aryna, 63 for Coco. First serve points won, and maybe this will be what disappoints Aryna most of all about this match. 48% she's winning on her first serve. That is not enough for someone who's arguably the best server on the planet. 60% for Coco. Second serve points won is fairly even. Aryna's 47%, and Coco is at 50%. But the unforced errors off Aryna, I'm actually going to have to recheck it because the caption on the screen has gone. But the unforced errors from Aryna Sabalenka today, I'm sure will probably be over 70. Let's have a look.
Yeah, they said it was 70 for Aryna Sabalenka and 30 for Coco.
Yeah, there you go. More than double of your opponent. So once again, Sabalenka's going to have to reflect on a slam final loss that, was so close. These slam finals that she's losing, that's the thing. They were there. It was there for her to beat Coco in 2023 when she goes up a set. It was there for her against Madison Keys as she finally found her feet in that final, but Madison got over the line. And it was there for her today when she wins that first set.
It was indeed. It certainly was indeed. Right, I better shoot off now, John, but it was great covering this one.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, I'll leave you to it.
Yep, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so, I think we're going to bring this to a close. I'll quickly have a look at the live chat to see if there's any other things to look at. Yeah, unforced errors 70, says Jake. Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? Even for Aryna. We've just hit 16,200 subscribers, so thank you for that. We're going to bring this to a close anyway. Thank you for joining us today. Coco getting her selfie work done, indeed. Coco's emotional state was the best I have seen from her, says Matthew. Not once did she exhibit any negative body language, even 2 double faults in a game. Exactly. And the number of first serves that she got in that game to serve it out when her nerves and her heart rate must have been going through the roof was also very, very impressive. And Matthew, just to remember, the serve from Aryna Sabalenka just went awry. Think about this, from 4-1 in the first set, I think she held serve 3 times for the remainder of the match, which is wild for someone, as I say, who's arguably the best server on the planet. Wild. Poor Saba, head under the towel. I mean, she's emerged with tears in her eyes. There's tears in Coco's eyes as well, for obviously very different reasons. And the rally thing, the path to victory, in a way, for both players was clear. The path to victory for Aryna Sabalenka was keep those points short. She knew that she had to. She knew that that could beat Iga Swiatek, and it did beat Iga Swiatek. In the over 5-shot rallies, Iga won that match. It was just the fact that they spent 2/3 of the match having 4 shots or less. Today was going to be even more of a factor against Coco Gauff. Once it went 5 shots or more, you knew that Coco was winning that rally, especially as the unforced errors of Coco Gauff piled up. Coco, by the way, winning 119 points to Aryna's 100. So there's quite a big gap there considering how close the match was in the end. I'm going to see if we can get some stats for you on the 1 to 5 shot rally. No, I don't see any on the website of the French Open, which is a pity because I bet it's pretty lopsided in favor of Aryna Sabalenka. Be good if somebody knows in the live chat, if you can just tell me the 1 to 5 shot rally scenario. Let me just have a look. I think we might have it now. No, total points 1, type of shots. No, I've not got the length of rally one. It's a real pity, but that was the path to victory. As soon as we started having lengthy rallies, we just knew it. We just knew that Coco was going to win those rallies, and more often than not, she did. Listen, guys, big thanks for joining us today on this watch along. It's been immense. The match was insane. Sabalenka loses her 3rd Grand Slam final and her 2nd one of the year. As I look at a teary-eyed Aryna right now, it's another one as well that was close for her. Just like in 2023, she goes up a set on Coco Gauff. But just like in 23, Coco comes roaring back. Guys, big thanks for joining me today. And for everybody else, you know the drill. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.